Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Boardmasters Open 2025. We're starting off with the women's LQS quarterfinals.
The Italian teenager Ginger Caimi with a masterclass in cross-stepping and gets a 10 on the nose there. And after that action, we move on into the men's LQS quarterfinals.
Here's local hero Skin Dog with a superb nose ride through the backwash.
Next in the water, it's the QS 2000 and first up the men's.
And here's Tiago Carique with a near perfect score of 9.73.
And with almost no time left, Sean Gunning takes to the air and sticks it, and he's going to earn an advance in position.
And now moving into the women's QS 2000.
It's a collision. Looks like the judges are going to have to intervene here.
Solid power surfing from one of the event favourites, Yolanda Hopkins. That's it. See you tomorrow for finals day.
Good morning and welcome to day 5 of Boardmasters. It's finals day and the conditions have aligned up perfectly. We've got a lovely bit of sunshine, bit of swell coming in, tide dropping back, and lots of big names going up against each other for the titles. What are we going to be starting with, Rob?
We're going to be kicking off this morning with the men's LQS semi-finals before we go into a whole day of incredible action in the fantastic conditions on offer.
The beach is going to be packed. Enjoy watching. Let's go to the water.
Semi-final number 1 featuring Ben Skinner in the red, Dewey Robrock in the blue, Martin Correa in the white, and Rayoni Potia in the green. 5 minutes have passed in this heat, and now all 4 surfers have waves ridden. So we will bring you those scores as soon as we have them. As is only right, we are experiencing a slight technical problem with our screen. We are working to remedy that, and we will bring you the scores very, very soon. The judges, of course, recording all of these scores. With 19.5 minutes to come, we'll bring you the scores as soon as they arrive with us. It's a beautiful day here at North Fistral. The sun is shining. It's a quintessential British summer's day. The surf also happens to be pumping, which isn't always the case during British summertime. But for finals day at the Boardmasters, we bring you what you want, and that may well be, for your aural needs, the voice of Tom Anderson. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Rob. Finding your words well there for such an early start. Well, it's not that early anymore, is it? It's 9 o'clock, but we've been down here Rock is on his way to a decent result here. Had a catch up with his father earlier. There had been a bit of disappointment in the juniors. Rob Rock is a fantastic shortboarder as well. And the fact that he's in this heat in the longboard with such big names is pretty exciting for the young natural foot who does his surfing down in the Algarve. Still a bit of a delay with scores. These things happen. We have got one score. First of red, 0.5. Scores are coming in now for the first of blue and the first of white. Elsewhere in this heat, Martin Correa from Réunion, La Réunion, the beautiful island just off the southwest of Africa in the Indian Ocean. And Raoni Portilla, who is another Frenchman. Portilla, Réunion, of course, you'll see a French flag next to Correa's name because La Réunion is a French territory. And Portilla is from Bidart in the southwest of France. And then we have Ben Skinner, the other surfer in this. Doesn't need as much of an introduction, but we'll give him one. Skinner is former world number 2, world longboard tour surfer, and last year's runner-up, but very much the person that the home crowd will want to see in this event, and shared the highest scores of the day yesterday with the surfer who's coming up in the other semi-final, Eduard Del Pero, and he's coming up, Del Pero. He'll be in the red alongside Federico Nesti, Antonio Dantas and Nicolas Andrade. Further info on those guys when we come to that heat. First of blue, 3.67. Second of red, 4.5. First of white, 5.5. 16 minutes remaining. Tide dropping back a little bit now. Already, Rob, the great British beach fortifications are being built. The windbreakers. I can see, Rob, on the beach there, a village has been built. 3 tents and 3 windbreakers. And if we combine the number of panels, oh, we have a ride here for Do It Rob Rock going to the nose. If we combine the number of panels, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's a 7-panel windbreaker, a second 7-panel windbreaker, and a 5-panel windbreaker. 19 panels and 3 tents. That might be the windbreaker of the week. Perhaps we'll get an image of that a little later. Second of white, 6.5. And up and a ride in this is Ben Skinner to the nose. Comes at the inside section, a backhand floater off one of the really difficult types of section that Fischl can throw up there, because that wave is going into deep water. He had to turn uphill to come off that, and Skinner out. That's a pretty tough little paddle through that sandbank. But that'll be a score, a hang 5, followed by a backside closeout Rio. Judges will be looking to compare that to Skinner's first score, which was a 4.5, and the 2 slightly higher scores of Martin Correa from La Réunion. Second of white, 6.5. White, you are in the lead with a 6.5 and a 5.5. Scores, we're still waiting for scores of green. On attend les dernières notes de le surfeur en vert.
With 13 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, we have scores still to come for white, red, blue, and green. As it stands, white, you are first. Red, you are second. Red, you require 7.5 to go first. Blue, you are third. You require 1.34. Scores starting to drop in now. Situation change. With 4 scores still to come, it's white first, red second, green third.
And there we see Antonio Dantas getting the white vest on for the next heat.
So the judges having their work cut out this morning. So many rides to score in quick succession. We can see our screen is lighting up as the judges input those scores. Still 4 scores to come, at least. 12 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. The sun is shining here at North Fistral. The surf is pumping. It's finals day, and in the water is LQS men's semi-final number 1. Those scores starting to be confirmed now. Last of blue, 1.0. Last of white, 0.5. Scores still to come for green and red. Red is sitting on a 4.5, looking to replace a lower score of a 0.5. Green is sitting on a 4.6 and a 3.8. I don't think last of green is going to factor into the situation. But we will wait for those scores to come as we're seeing the situation change by the second as they are input by the judges. Viewers at home on screen can see, coming up in the next seat, Eduardo Del Pero gathering his rash vest and making his way toward the sea. Beautiful ride there. Ben Skinner, the local hero, up and riding, cross-stepping to the nose. Some sounds of support coming from the athletes area. Skinner working this wave all the way through to the inside. Remember, he was looking for a 4.58 to move into that advancing second position. Viewers at home can now watch a replay, so he gets a quick nose ride on the outside. Medium-sized wave, pumps down the line, up into the lip he goes, rides out cleanly. And this is where he, in true Skinner fashion, works that wave through to the inside. So we've still got scores to come for last of green, last of red. 11 minutes, 15 seconds remaining, and it's the surfer in blue now, Dewey Robroch, taking a look at this wave, deciding not to go. So that was green, Reina Portier. Deciding not to go, though, as a set rears up at the northern end of the contest area. In the white, heat leader, Martin Correa up and riding, goofy foot, making his way to the nose. Beautiful nose ride through a tricky section there. Somehow managing to levitate through that and finds room for a backhand smash as well. So, a great exchange there between red and white. Scores still to come in. We had a few technical errors with our screen early on. We seem to have chased those gremlins out of the system, and the scores are being input by the judges. 10.5 minutes remaining. So, scores still to come for last of white, last of green, last of red. As it stands, it's white first, blue second. Blue, you're looking for a 6.5 to move first. Green, you are third. You require 4.48. Red, you are fourth. You require 4.58. Scores still to come, however, so that will likely change. It's inevitable that we have a few technical issues first thing in the morning. It's a Sunday after all. Tom, your mic seems to be working again now.
Possibly. I think some of the electrical currents might have gone to the festival last night as well. Oh, well, everybody enjoyed a 10-minute break from my voice just then. Up and riding here, this is Raoni Portilla from France, the natural foot from Bidart. And he goes to the nose and cross steps back and gets unstuck across that inside bank there. Portilla advancing in a head-to-head, well, not head-to-head, it was a 4-man heat, but he surfed against his brother, Teva. And before the heat, had been going to great pains to tell everyone how much better his brother was. But that might have turned out to be just mind games, because it was Portilla Raoni that ended up going through in the Battle of the Portillas. Last of red, a 5.2. Situation first, white. Second, red. Third, blue. Blue, you have priority. You need a 4.3. Fourth, green. Green, you need a 5.11. 8 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. The beach, it's pretty early as far as the Northern European sun goes. The sun is just starting to warm things up, but it's filling up the beach. The Great British beach fortifications are being set up with the windbreakers. It's all about the mallet, isn't it, Rob? And making sure that you get those stakes into the ground properly. Now, I can see one beach windbreaker still being put up in front of us, but there is a complex in place just to the right of where we are. I'm counting there 3 tents. I'm seeing 3 separate windbreakers. That is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7-panel windbreaker, a second 7-panel windbreaker, and then there's a 5-panel windbreaker on top of that. So let's do the math. 7, 7, 5. 19 panels and 3 tents. That must have taken some malleting a few moments ago. Surely that is the windbreaker of the week, wouldn't you say, Robbo?
I suspect there might be an RSI on the cards there, a repetitive strain injury from all the malleting.
Yeah. Now, it's just a neater fort, more resembling of the Gaulish village from Asterix, immediately in front of us. And the couple setting up, I can see it is, I don't know their surname, but it's Mrs. doing all the malleting, and Mr. is operating the beach trolley. I think she's telling me that it's father and daughter. And up and riding here in the white, using his priority, Martin Corret from La Réunion. He gets to the nose of a lovely, stylish, long 5 there. And then onto the back foot, hard to drive off the white water. Coming onto the inside section, a drop knee cut back, lifts a bit of spray through the junction. And he'll stay with that. Behind him, Douwe Robroch, the Netherlands, went onto the nose and then went for a turn, but rail says no. So Robroch goes down. It's an exciting prospect for Robroch to be in this heat. Everybody watching felt Robroch's emotion when he was eliminated from the juniors. Things didn't really go his way in that junior semi-final. In the shortboard, Robroch is an absolutely superb shortboarder.
Just looking at that screen, Tom, there have been a lot of waves ridden in this semi-final. The judges really earning their keep there. Coming up in second semi-final, let's hope there's as many waves ridden in that. We have Eduard Del Piero in red, Federico Nesti in blue, Antonio Dontas in white, and Nicolas Andrade in the green. A little over 5 minutes remaining in this semi-final. With a score still to come for Last of White, it may well improve his situation. It is white first, red second. Red, you require 6.08 to move first. Blue, you are third, you require 5.74. Green, you are fourth, you require 6.53. Score still to come for Last of White. It will improve his situation slightly. If you're just joining us online from the comfort of your home, perhaps you're still in bed on this sunny Sunday morning, perhaps you're on the sofa. Welcome, good morning. It's finals day here at the Boardmasters, day 5. Last of White, 6.0. Last of White, 6.0. Situation update, 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. White, you are first. White, you are first. Red, you are second. Red, you require 6.57. Blue, you are third. Blue, you require 5.74 to move into that advancing second position. Green, you are fourth. You require 6.53 to move into second. 3 minutes, 55 seconds remain. The beach is starting to fill up nicely. There's that one-way traffic Tom talked about yesterday. People marching down the slipway onto the sands to get one of those prime time spots above the high tide mark on the nice dry sand. It's finals day. We're going to be running through the LQS men's semi-finals, then into the women's LQS semi-finals before we go into the grand finals of the junior girls, the junior boys. As we see heat leader Martin Correa in the white, the goofy foot up and riding on a right on his backhand, looking to replace a lower score of a 6.0. He won't have done it with that wave, but with 3 minutes left to go in this heat, it is a big ask for surfers in blue and green to usurp Correa. But they will be eyeing that second position, currently held by Ben Skinner in the red. So Ben Skinner has priority here with 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. We know Skinner is a savvy competitor, a wily competitor, an experienced competitor. Will he use this priority to keep green off this wave? He does, pulls the trigger. Here goes Skinner on his forehand, the regular foot style master making his way to the nose, hanging on through such a tricky section. Incredible surfing. Out beyond him, Green takes a wave. Skinner working his way through the inside. Green is on their feet, but it's Skinner that we're sticking with online. So Skinner working his way all the way through to the inside. Lots of fancy footwork. Cross-stepping back, finds the inside now. Working this way all the way through. Beyond him, Green has kept very busy as well. Lots of fancy footwork, cross-stepping forward, cross-stepping back, changes of direction. Taking a leaf from Skinner's book and working this way all the way through to the inside. Skinner likes that wave. He also likes it of Green. He thinks he's done. We're looking for a time call. 1 minute, 35 seconds remain in this heat. 1:35 in the heat. It's white first, red second. Blue third, green fourth. Green looking for a 6.53 to move into second. Skinner in second looking for a 6.57 to move first. But that may well change. Skinner looking to replace a lower score of 5.2. A superbly surfed wave for last of red. It'll be really interesting to see how the judges differentiate between last of red, last of green. 1 minute remaining in the heat. Both green and red looking to paddle back out into the lineup. There's a set approaching. All eyes on blue for this. Here goes Dewey Robrock in the blue, looking for a 5.74. That wave's not going to provide him with it as he goes down. 45 seconds remaining. Scores start to trickle in. We're waiting on scores of red, blue, and green. 30 seconds remaining. So Skinner decides not to head back out. He'll ride this one in. 20 seconds remain. Last of red, 5.0, so it doesn't factor into your top two. Still waiting on last of green. Last of blue is a 3.83. That won't factor in. As we prepare to count down this heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So it all comes down to this last of green. Green, remember, looking for a 6.53 to advance in second. A well-surfed wave. It was a long wave from all the way outside right to the shore. The judges carefully considering this score. As it stands, it's white first, red second, blue third, green fourth. But remember, green had that nice-looking wave. He's looking for a 6.53. Initial signs suggest that it will come up just short, but with a few judges left to post. There it is. Last of green, 4.9. Last of green, 4.9. So the results are white first, red second, green third, blue fourth. So Correa and Skinner booking themselves berths in the final of the LQS men's event. Semi-final number 2. Prepare to count down. Can we have a time call on the countdown? Okay, surface in the water, be aware, we are going to wait just for a few more moments for the judges to
Surfer in blue, Federico Nesti just rode a wave. And here we have the heat leader, Eduard Del Pero. It looks to me as though our Compcast is up and running. So you can now see the clock and the full situation. There's the surfers in the lineup. Situation first red, second blue. Third green, green you require a 6.7. Fourth white, white you require a 6.53. Priority is with green, then white, then blue, then red. Very nice looking waves today. And that is former event winner 2022 champion Nicky Andrade on the nose. And then resetting. Riding through to the inside. Andrade winning this event in 2022 with an almost perfect heat total. A massive 9-point score in the final 10 seconds of the final. I've got to say, it was one of the most inspiring final performances I've ever seen in longboarding. In front of a busy crowd, sunny day, 2022. A big win then for Andrade when that happened. He was a youngster. Since then, Andrade a fixture on the European longboarding. And this now is the surfer in green, Federico Nesti. And he puts together a lovely closeout re-entry. Federico Nesti recently picked up a second in Eurosurf in Santa Cruz in Portugal for Team Italy. And here we see Nesti cross-stepping through to the inside and recovering. Plenty of work done there for Federico Nesti. And behind him is the surfer in white on a much steeper wave. Andrade, this is Antonio Dantas, and Dantas couldn't really find a place to put a turn in on that one. That wave was slightly too fast and steep for a nose ride. More the kind of wave that you might find a shortboarder looking to do a throwaway punt on. And so it puts Dantas right in the middle of the bank. He's going to have to paddle out. He might get away without a duck dive if his arms can go fast enough, and they do. Just out of your picture to the right, Dantas has escaped. Dantas has escaped the Dante bank, as we call it. I am rejoined by the salt and pepper to my squid. It is Robert Webster Blythe. As we see a replay of Nicky Andrade. Now, he was looking here for a 6.8. Gets to the nose. Drawn out cut back, and then has to contend with a bit of foam. And Andrade makes a decision not to try to ride through to the inside. And this was the attempt by Dantas. Well, he did actually get to the nose first on that one. Okay, so there was a second. The closeout section was actually the second section. He got a pretty decent nose ride done before that. And then this was Federico Nesti. And he is right on the nose there. And the closeout Rio. So that's going to be a really good score for the surfer in blue, Federico Nesti. Now, Eduard Del Pero is riding again. Now, that was the wave of Nesti that the judges are making the comparison to. Eduard Del Pero has done a big frontside re-entry. Out back and kicked out. Only gone through to the inside on one wave so far, Del Pero. And Rob, that was the wave on which he got his highest score.
Salt and pepper to your squid.
I like a salt and pepper squid, don't you?
Not my favourite, but I'll take it.
And there goes Antonio Dantas up and riding again. A lot of scores to drop before we know the situation. The pastry to my pasty. Since we're in Cornwall.
Okay.
The sugar to my rock. Now, if you're not from the UK, you might not know what I'm referring to there. I'm referring to a seaside-based sweet that nobody actually likes, do they?
Well, you don't want the big rock industry to come after you, so I'd maybe walk that back. You're banned from Brighton now.
I wonder, yeah, it is more from Brighton, isn't it? Who makes that stuff? There's a little bit of a lull here, which is going to give the judges a chance to get to work on their scores.
I'll leave you to ponder that. 8.5 minutes remain in this heat. Scores to come from red, green, and white. As it stands, it's Del Piero in red in pole position, closely followed by blue, Nesti, then green, Andrade, white, Dantas. The sets continue to pour into the bay here at North Official on this sunny Sunday. This is surfer in blue, Federico Nesti, currently in second, looking for a 7.08 to move into first. This wave sectioning ahead of him, but Nesti's going to stick with it. Nesti's going to stick with this, and he'll get the reform on the inside. So the goofy foot now working his way back across the wall on his backhand on the right, finding time and space to make it to the nose. Quick hang 5, and he'll walk this one all the way through to the inside, redirecting to the left again on his forehand now, heading towards the rocks at the northern end of the bay. And this wave being ridden for all it's worth, surely right onto the sand, dissecting the rocks on the inside. For a moment, I thought it was two people in the shore on surfboards. No, it was rocks. And Nesti navigated them brilliantly. 7 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Scores still to come from red, white, and blue. Last of green was a 5.53. Last of green, a 5.53. As it stands, it's red first, white second, blue third, green fourth. Scores to come in as our camera, for those of you at home, zooms in on Del Piero, waiting patiently at the back. So surfers coming up, you have 7 minutes to paddle out. So a slightly longer time, allowing you to set yourselves, get a feel for conditions. But what we do ask is that when you paddle out, you stay well clear of the surfers in the current heat. Scores starting to come in. Remember, last of green was a 5.53. That means that green is looking for a 5.42 as it stands, but we still have scores to come from red, white, and blue. That may up the requirement for green. Another international field making up the lineup here in this semi-final number 2. Eduard Del Piero of France, Federico Nesti of Italy, Antonio Dantas of Portugal, and Nicolas Andrade of Spain. There are waves approaching the lineup, and some of our surfers having a little look, deciding whether they should go or not. Still waiting for scores. We'll update you as soon as they come in. It's finals day here at North Fistral. It's a beautiful day, a quintessential British summer's day. It's already starting to warm up, and you can see that a few early arrivals at the beach are enjoying the warmth of the sun, basking in these beautiful conditions. Some of our surfers in the next heat making their way down to the shore. Alice Lemoyne from La Réunion, the French territory in the Indian Ocean. With 5 minutes to go, scores still waiting for red, white and blue. Joining Lemoyne in semi-final number 1 of the women's LQS will be Emily Curry, local favourite, Canal Le Breton, and Ruby Knox of Ireland. So scores starting to drift in for last of white. So white is currently second, looking for a 7.57 to go first. Last of white, 6.57. Still waiting on last of blue. Blue looking to replace a lower score of a 4.93. Last of red, 7.17. Last of red, 7.17. Last of blue, 4.0. 4 minutes remaining. The situation is red, you are first. Red, you are first. White, you are second. White, you need 7.57 to move first. Blue, you are third. Blue, you require 7.47 to advance. Green, you are fourth. Green, you require 7.81 to advance. 3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining, and priority sits with heat leader Eduard Del Piero. So he'll be feeling pretty comfortable at this stage in the heat. Heat leader and with priority, so he can exert that priority, wield that priority to keep the other surfers off a wave if he so chooses. Now, Green, who is fourth, has second priority, needing a 7.81, but it's surfer in blue, Federico Nesti, in third, looking for a 7.47, makes his way to the nose. A prolonged nose ride there, manages to get back and hang on. He's got open face ahead of him, stylishly cutting back into the whitewater, setting up the wave ahead of himself, but that wave running into the deep water surrounding the rocks at the north of the bay, not offering him any more scoring opportunity. So Nesti looking for a 7.47. I don't think he would have done it with that wave, but what he may well have done is improve his situation, reducing the requirement, and with 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, he'll have time enough to get back into the lineup. As we see on our screens, and viewers at home will be watching a replay of that last of blue, Nesti. He did really, really well to navigate that tricky section, but unfortunately for him, the wave offering no more open face. So he kicks out, and he has got time to reset. So scores starting to drift in for blue. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remain. Red first, white second. White looking for a 7.57. Blue third, looking for a 7.47. Scores start to drift in for blue. I don't think it's going to feature in his top two, so he's still going to be looking for a 7.47. Green is fourth, looking for a 7.81. Now, Eduard Del Piero, surfer in red, current heat leader, is using that priority. He pulls the trigger straight to the nose. A beautiful shot on our screen there. Del Piero all the way to the nose. Back he goes, jams into the lip, redirects, and rides out of that cleanly. Del Piero with a 7.17 and a 7.17, two of those. And he'll be looking to replace one of them. He hopes. He's going to hang on all the way through the inside. 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining. This will be the heat finished for Del Piero. He's in first, and he's riding a brilliant wave. So on your screens, you can still see Del Piero making his way all the way through to the inside. He turns and looks out to sea. He ejects. 1 minute, 25 seconds remain in this. It's Del Piero first in red, Dontas second in white, Nesti third in blue, Andrade fourth in green. Just a score to come for last of red, hoping to improve his situation. But here goes green. Andrade with first priority, looking for a 7.81. So green, unfortunately, falters there. He was looking for the 7.81. He won't have got it with that wave. And with just 55 seconds remaining, that could be the heat done for green. So all eyes turn now to blue, looking for a 7.47. He's out the back, 50 seconds remain. On screen, you can see a replay of last of red, Del Piero. But we see a paddle now for blue in third, looking for a 7.47 on his backhand. The Italian goofy foot making his way across the face, lucks into the lump of wave ahead of him, but Will it offer him any more? At the minute, it's all white water, no open face. He sticks with it through to the shore, and those of you watching at home will be able to see a replay of this shortly. I know we're seeing video footage of Del Piero in red at the moment. Blue all the way through, skating his way through the shallows. Out the back, 10 seconds remain. It's surfer in green. Andrade looking for a 7.81. To the nose, stylishly hanging. 5, gets to the nose again. Cross steps back into the white water. We count this one down in 3, 2, 1. The horn sounds and white is up and riding. That's Dantas in the white, currently in second. He hopes to replace a 6.57. He didn't know what the surfers ahead of him had done, so it might have been an attempt to improve his situation just in case he needed to do so. So scores to come for all 4 surfers. Del Piero in red, Dantas in white, Nesty in blue, Andrade in green. The judges have their work cut out. It looks like Last of Green will score fairly lowly, not making its way into his top 2. We can't bring you official results yet because scores are still to come. Again, another exciting, action-packed end to a heat with all 4 surfers getting waves there or thereabouts on the buzzer. The judges carefully considering. So we've got Last of Green is in. Last of Green, 4.53. Last of Blue is also in. Last of Blue, 3.47. Waiting on Last of White and Last of Red. Viewers at home can watch a replay of the heat now. On screen at the minute is Del Piero with his opening wave, I believe. Still scores to come for Last of White, Last of Red. Official results will be with you shortly. Still waiting for 2 scores. Coming up next will be the LQS Women's Semi-Final number 1, featuring Alice Lemoyne of La Réunion, Emily Curry of Great Britain, Canal Le Breton of France, and Ruby Knox of Ireland. Still 2 scores to come. Surfers in the water, stand by. We're just finalizing results from semi-final number 2 of the men's LQS division. Wow, an exciting end to the heat. Last of Red, 7.13. That does not factor in. And Last of White starting to drift in now. It will also not factor in. Last of White, 2.57. So, with that being said, we have official results. Taking the heat win, Del Piero in red. In second, in white, Dantas. And then eliminated Nesty in blue, Andrade in green. As we count down to start the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So coming up in this, the women's LQS semi-final number 1. In red, Alice Lemoyne, former event champion. In blue, Emily Curry. In white, Canal Le Breton. And in green, Ruby Knox, another international field. Welcome back to the booth, Tom. As we see, surfer in green, Ruby Knox, taking a look at that wave, decided not to go. Beautiful conditions on offer this morning. The sun is shining, the surf is pumping, the beach is starting to fill up. It's finals day, and there's a lot of action to come your way.
Thanks, Rob. That was a few nervous moments for a few of the surfers at the end there. So, in the water now, we have got the defending champion Alice Lemoyne looking to see if she can make it a 3-peat. So she's won it the last 2 times in a row. We've got Emily Curry, who progressed yesterday. This is Emily Curry, a European longboard champion through the ESF. And Curry with a nose ride, followed by a stylish frontside snap, or a carve, elements of snap to the way that turn was done. A very quick direction change from Curry. Elsewhere in the water here, Canel Le Breton, who has been in very good form throughout this event, and Ruby Knox of Ireland, who was in the Eurosurf final last month at Santa Cruz as well, where she picked up a third, and this is Knox going one way, and the camera's going to go with Curry again, or this is a replay of Curry. Emily Curry, she's been having a good time here at Boardmasters. She premiered a movie on Thursday here and did a little Q&A with a great crowd in attendance. Curry also a very, very good shortboard surfer, one of Britain's top. So she's a multi-discipline surfer. Emily Curry is going to get a score, as is Ruby Knox. Alice Lemoyne, a World Longboard Tour surfer, picked up a 9th in Huntington Beach at the US Open. Here is the replay of Knox. Cross step in, gets to the nose. That's a nice 5 there, a little bit of an arch. But then runs out of wave and ends up in the deep water channel, paddling back out. Plenty of waves coming through. And here we have a paddle from Canel Le Breton. And she's going for a cross step, a really difficult section in front of her here. She makes it, oh, but doesn't quite get the lipper through at the right angle there. But here comes Alice Lemoyne. And a very quick trip to the nose, and then back to the drawing board for Alice Lemoyne. Lemoyne, another surfer from La Réunion. And here goes Emily Curry again, looking to build on that first score. And she gets to the nose, nearly goes for the 10. First of blue, 2.83. First of red, 0.57. Second of blue, 0.97. First of white, 0.77. First of green will be the highest score so far. First of green, a 4.17. So, situation is that green is in the lead with one wave ridden. Blue would require a 1.35 to go first, but that would only be until green rode another wave. But green is up and riding again, and Ruby Knox to the nose, redirects, and this is going to be a great backup for her. Well, probably not even the backup. I reckon there's a chance that would be her first score. 4.17 Knox would be looking to improve on. So she is in a run of form, carrying her form from Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz also often the destination for a QS contest. "19 minutes and 20 remaining. And you'll see that a set is coming through slightly to the north end, and it looks like it's Alice Lemoyne best placed for it, and she has priority. So there is a right-hander going to run right the way across the contest area here, and it looks like Lemoyne is going to pick it up. And there's a really speedy first section to this, slightly late takeoff. Lemoyne walking, gets to the nose, and then a carve, And that wave runs up the back of the wave in front of it. So the wave didn't end up running for as long as it looked like it might. Emily Curry on the one behind, slightly smaller wave. Curry to the nose. Now this one hugs the bank a bit more. Curry makes a sensible decision not to try and push for the extra re-entry. And then goes for a foam climb. She tried to prone and recover that. Behind her, Le Breton. And she gets to the nose. Cross steps back. And 3 of those waves in a row now have run into the backs of other waves. So this is a very difficult bit of the beach to surf because 2 separate peaks are running across each other into deep water. So waves end up essentially washing over each other on the inside section. Knox is going to try and avoid that altogether by going left, but realizes that there's nothing but rocks in front of her and kicks out. "17 minutes remaining. Second of green, 3.77. Stand by for scores of blue, white and red. There is Ginger Kaimi. I believe Kaimi is based in the Canary Islands, Spanish islands. She's surfing for Italy. Alice Lemoyne is on the nose out back and Kaimi looks to the ocean to see it. And a redirect from Alice Lemoyne, cross-stepping through to the inside, gets to the nose again. Out back, Canel Le Breton is doing some footwork. Lemoyne is out on the inside. And a lovely junction re-entry for Le Breton. She might even get a second there and then pulls out to paddle out again. I think that after these scores are all in, this heat is going to end up very close. Probably from first right the way through to fourth. 15.5 minutes remaining, so there's still time for someone to take a stranglehold. So this is Alice Lemoyne. Now she gets a 5 there, cross-stepping back. The footwork is incredible. And then that wave, look, it runs onto the back of the previous wave. And then here goes Curry. Also a good bit of footwork and a nose ride. And the same thing actually happens here. There's the convergence of the 2 waves there. And Emily Curry is going to go again and gets to the nose. And there was a quick 10 there. Just a nanosecond of 10. And the inside re-entry. Now the reason that's so difficult is you're effectively bottom turning uphill. We see Alice Lemoyne. She went to the nose and came back. And the front side carve. So this for Lemoyne was a much better connection than before. This will potentially, well, that will be Lemoyne's best score so far. And it'll be asking a question for one of the top scores of the heat. But Canel Le Breton has been choosing the bigger and more walled up waves. And there goes Ruby Knox to the nose, and she walks back as well. So Knox has been sticking to the left. And all going well for Ruby Knox so far. She's in the lead, but there are a lot of scores still to come. We're several waves in arrears for the judges. A lot of work for them. They have the possibility of replays as well. And here goes Alice Lemoyne. The footwork back. Front side carve. A second 5 and a 10. Footwork back again. Close out re-entry. That is world-class longboarding. back again. And this one is a real keeper, so Lemoyne will stay with that. And the closeout re-entry, and you can see from the body language that she knows that she has just put together a great combination. She will have met all of the judging criteria on that wave. Rob, joining me again. You saw that last of Lemoyne. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I guess that's what we've come to expect from Alice Lemoyne. We've seen her win this event on a couple of occasions, and it's with surfing just like that, maximising the scoring potential of every wave. As we see, surfer in blue, Emily Curry, local favourite, up and riding, makes her way to the nose and back again. She's going to get back on the nose through this section potentially. This wave, a tricky one to surf, racing ahead of her. And Emily decides to kick out of that one. She'll paddle back out. We've got 12.5 minutes remaining. So, time to surf an entire heat or two. For some of these longboarders, Tom, they catch so many waves. We can see that Ruby Knox is sitting on a wave total of about 4 so far. And viewers at home on screen can see Lucy Small gathering her rash vest ahead of her semi-final. Number 2 coming up in about a little over 10 minutes time. Up and riding out the back here is surfer in green. This is Ruby Knox. She was in the lead until the last of red, but this wave is fantastic for Knox. Finds
if she gets the closeout, if she'd got that.
She found another little section, a surprise, a secret section. And had she managed to ride out of that last turn,
that would have been quite some ride, wouldn't it?
Improved at 4.13. We have scores still to come for red, but red already improving the situation. So the last score that dropped for red was a 4.53. That improved her situation. In fact, it shot her into first position, but we know that she's got likely an even better score for that last wave we saw where she rode it all the way to the shore. And Tom, you mentioned Lemoyne's body language, standing tall as she stepped off into the shallows. She liked the feel of it. And for a surfer as experienced as Lemoyne, when she thinks it's good, it probably is. So surfers in the water, we will give you a situation update, but we have at least 4 scores to drop that will change the situation. As it stands, red, you are first, green, you are second, blue, you are third, looking for a 3.0, white, you are fourth, looking for a 5.53. However, there are 4 scores at least to drop in. I think more in the range of 6. 10.5 minutes remaining. Viewers at home can watch a replay of that last of Lemoyne. And up and riding here in blue is Emily Curry, making her way to the nose on her backhand. Emily, such a talented longboarder, so stylish. She's a polymath of surfing as well. She can do it all. Very talented shortboarder as well, but it's the longboarding that we are focusing on today. So Curry currently in third, looking for a 3 to move into that advancing position. But there's lots of scores to come, and we're going to see a really nice score posted for that last of red. Last of red, 7.0. Last of red, 7.0. So surfer in red is out in front with a 7 and a 4.7. And we have white Le Breton currently in fourth, needing a 5.53 as it stands. She makes her way to the nose. Back she goes. Lots of fancy fleet of footwork. And as this wave lines up to the inside, Le Breton makes her way back to the tip of that board, hanging 5, holding on, backpedaling, because that inside section is going to steepen up ahead of her. And she was hoping, I think, to find some open face to employ her rail game, show some turns to the judges. That wave fizzling out as it reached the inside. 9 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. We've still got lots of scores to come. Last of red, 7.0. Red, you are first. Red, you are first. Green, you are second. You need a 7.53 to go into first. Blue, you're third. You require a 3.0 to advance. White, you are fourth. You require 5.53. We've got so many scores still to come in. This situation is very likely to change. As it does, we will update you.
That's Canal Le Breton there, Rob. And this was a great wave as well. The work through this really difficult inside section. And she gets 2 of these turns here. And then pulls out. You can see the way that the two different peaks run across each other. They fold over each other. Here goes Ruby Knox. We're not completely sure what she needs on that wave. I mean, we know that she's looking to improve on her existing scores. There's another set coming through. I wonder, Alice Lemoyne seems to be thinking about using her priority. Now, as she paddles after it, it looks like it's going to be a left, but she goes right, and she goes into the shallow bank and has to eject. A few more scores to come. Rob, I think that the 19 windbreak sections and 3/10 has been deployed by a group of families that I met the other day from Sheffield. That's a long way they've come to watch Boardmasters.
Sheffield, I wonder if their windbreakers are reinforced with the steel,
Sheffield steel, yeah.
steel that the town is so famous for.
Well, I can see they've... Oh, and here goes Canel Le Breton. Lovely drawn out frontside carve there for Le Breton. And then the inside re-entry and trying for the ride out. There's so much water bubbling up underneath you as you go over that section. It's really difficult to surf. Curry goes to the nose. Cross steps back. Lots of momentum here for Curry. Here comes the difficult section, and Curry makes the connection. On to a promising score here. Emily Curry to the nose again. Cross steps back. And then here comes the section of doom. So Curry, a real strong one there for Emily Curry. 6.5 minutes remaining. I think it looks like those scores of green are not going to change the situation, and it looks like 4 scores of blue are not going to change the situation, but that last of blue is the important ride in this heat now. So the important ride will be the last of blue. As soon as we know it, we will let you know. The situation is red first, green second, but blue has now ridden a wave. Blue needed a 3-point ride. If blue gets that, then there will be a new situation. Green, you will be looking to replace a 4.13. If there is a change of situation, then we will tell you the new requirement as soon as we can, green. And we're watching a replay of a strong ride for Le Breton. A nice drawn-out frontside carve. Careful footwork here. And another nose ride, and then an inside completion here. So there is also this score to come, isn't there? We have one more score to come for white and one more score to come for green. One more score to come for blue. One more score for white, one more score for blue. Both of these scores are very important and could change the situation. Red, you remain in the lead. And here goes the surfer in green. That's an in and out for Ruby Knox. 4 minutes and 50 remaining. Rob, those last waves of Le Breton and Curry, probably their strongest waves of the heat so far?
I think so. I think we are about to see some situations
We
change.
have. We've got the scores coming in for Le Breton. Canel Le Breton, you are into second with a 6.33 and a 4.83. All scores for white are in. Situation first, red, second, white, third, green, fourth, blue. Blue is looking for a 5.87 from her last ride. If she gets that, the situation will change again. And then this was another wave ridden by Curry on the backhand. I think the score that we're waiting for from the forehand will be higher than that. And so that would eventually end up needing to replace a 5.3. There's a set come in.
Yeah, Tom, just looking out there, it's having stared at the sea for the last 4 days, and we've had lots of good surf, we've had lots of sunshine. Just looking out there now, it's easy to forget just how good these conditions are. It is pumping.
It is, yeah. It's steaming. 3 minutes and 30. Ruby Knox is going to ride one here, and she goes towards the nose. I think just shy of the 5, and she's off again. We have a 4.4 for blue. Blue remains in third, but there are still scores to come. Red first, white second. Blue third, looking for a 5.87. One more score to come for blue. Green fourth, looking for a 6.99. One more score to come for green. Red first, white second. And here goes the surfer in red. And she gets to the nose. Red, your scores are a 7 and a 4.7. White, your scores are a 6.33 and a 4.83. And here is the right-hander of Emily Curry. Now, what I can't be completely sure if this wave here is now being replayed by the judges because they've yet to score it, or if this was the 4.4. Emily Curry, in the meantime, is going to get busy anyway, but she's going to be cut off by the surfer in white. Canelle Le Breton deploying priority as a block, goes to the nose, and she's off. So there are scores still to come for blue. And, well, in fact, everyone is now due a score. We know that the red and white scores won't change their heat situations. La rouge, vous avez un vague à 7 points et un vague à 4.70. La blanche, vous avez 6.33 et 4.83. Surfer in green, Ruby Knox. And red, Alice Lemoyne is also looking to see if she can replace the 4.7. And Emily Curry is outside going left. It's impossible to know exactly what Curry may or may not need on this. Curry off the inside closeout. I mean, what I do know is that or I can be fairly sure of, is that the right-hander we saw a replay of just now for Curry is her strongest wave. So if that was the 4.4 that you see on the screen, then Curry is going to be in trouble. If that score is yet to come, then a 5.87 is the requirement. But that is the wave we saw the replay of that right is Curry's best chance of the score. 25 seconds remaining. So this one's going to end up getting settled on the beach. We're going to be watching the numbers come in, aren't we? Last of white, a 1. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Le Breton is going to get busy on this one because there's the possibility she needs a score. So Le Breton will go to the nose, so she'll be trying to get her best wave so far, and she cross steps back from the nose. She'll come all the way in anyway now. Carefully negotiates the Dante bank. And through to the very inside, and you can see the way. The further in you go there, the more likely waves are to start crisscrossing over each other. It's like a Rubik's Cube. Or a maze trying to get your way through that bank. Scores still to come for red, blue, and green. And so, until we know them, we can but speculate. Now, here is this wave of Curry. Now, what I do not know is whether this was 4.4 or if this is still to be adjudged. It was a nose ride. It was a nice re-entry. She gets to the nose again here. She cross steps back and then just holds on for a bit in this white water across the Dante bank. And then here comes Le Breton. And now this would have been one of Le Breton's better waves. Now, there was a 4.83 drop for Le Breton around about the same time as Curry's 4.4. And you'd imagine that maybe that wave for white, well, there's certainly the comparison exists, doesn't it? And here's another of white. Now, I think the judges are watching all of these replays, so the judges are making comparisons. I mean, these are very, very good waves for Canal Le Breton. So unlucky not to ride out of that. So the waves of blue will be compared to those when the judges are looking to add scores. All of Canal Le Breton's scores are in, so I'm thinking that that was a 6.33 and a 4.83 that we just watched. And so Curry's wave, a 5.87, the score required is exactly halfway between, well, it's a bit more than halfway between the two waves that we just watched, isn't it? But what I can't be sure of is whether the wave of Curry that we saw the replay of was, and it is going to be a higher wave for Curry coming through, so the judges were scoring that wave. 5.87, the requirement, is going to be really close. And then after that, there will still be the left-hander of Curry, and I think one last right-hander. But this wave that's coming in now is going to be absolutely key for Emily Curry. And so waves for blue are in. And the highest score still to come for blue was a 5.43, so just under by 0.3 of a point. We now need 2 more scores for green and 1 more score for red. It's red first, white second, blue third, and green fourth. Green is looking for a 6.99 from either of those last 2 scores, and I can see the scores are coming in. That's not going to be the case, so the result will finish red first, white second, blue third, and green fourth. Scores are in for green. And 1 last score to come for the surfer in red, but all other scores are in. So Alice Lemoyne in red will be the heat winner. Second will be white, Canal Le Breton. Third, blue, Emily Curry. And fourth, green, Ruby Knox. Second, third, and fourth scores are all now in. And the last of red is a 4.37. So all scores are now in. And we'll be ready to stand by to start the next heat. There you see the confirmation of that result. Lemoyne and Le Breton going through, and Curry and Knox eliminated. So we're going to be counting the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so Ophélie Arcouen of Reunion in the red. Legend Justin Dupont in the blue. Ginger Kaimi, the teenager, in the white. And Great Britain's Lucy Small in the green. Now, Dupont, Kaimi, Arcouen all posted huge scores in previous rounds. And Lucy Small is actually from New Zealand. The New Zealander Lucy Small. And here with a start, Ophélie Arcouen, the red vest, and gets to a 10. Arcouen, a World Longboard Tour surfer. Got a 17th at Huntington Beach in the US Open. Behind her, Justine Dupont, the only surfer. Oh, gets a 10, a quick one. I think it was a 5, and then she's come off on the second attempt at the nose ride and out back. Ginger Kaimi, and she gets a 5. Cross-stepping back, goes hard on the rail, attempts a cross-step and changes her mind, cross-steps again, and she's ridden right into Little Fistral. So Little Fistral round the corner of the headland is open for business. She's actually into a new little bay over there, Kaimi. So she's going to paddle back out as quickly as she can to get back round to North Fistral, where the main peak is located. So Arquen up and right in as she goes to the nose there for a quick 10. So there are going to be some Pro Junior finals taking place in between these longboard semis, and then we'll be back a little later around lunchtime, late morning, early lunchtime. The webcast will have the finals of both the women's and men's longboard and the women's and men's shortboard, QS 2000. Scores to come for all surfers. I think Arquen probably with the edge on the first exchange. Kaimi with a pretty solid looking left into the corner of the bay. First of blue, 2.5, and there is Emily. She'll be disappointed not to have got the score at the end there. But still, this is a world-class field, and the fact that Curry is finishing in equal 5th is not to be sniffed at. And here is Ophélie Arquen to the nose. A cross step, really smooth front side down carve there for Arquen, and into the inside, and then even Ophélie Arquen finding that inside section difficult to negotiate. Here behind is the New Zealander Lucy Small, and she is rolled off by that bank as well. Rob, that is a really difficult bit of water to get over, isn't it?
Yeah, Tom, again, this is one of the themes that keeps cropping up each and every day at this stage of tide. We talk about the inside of that left-hander being so tricky. Really difficult to navigate, often catches even the most experienced of surfers out. Here we see a paddle for surfer in white, Ginger Kaimi, the young Italian, goofy foot up and riding straight to the nose, and she is perched 5 to 10, stepping all the way back, changing direction. Now she's on her backhand, moving right. This wave reforming through the inside. Little change direction up into the lip, goes Kaimi, and she rides out cleanly. And she just hangs on to see if there's anything else on offer on this wave. Another change of direction, showing control, and she kicks out. So a great start for Kaimi there. Just a heads up to our competitors in the next heat. This is the girls' junior final, as we see up and riding now. Arquen in the red, so stylish as she cross steps forward, hanging 5. Quick perch, because this wave she could see was draining. It was dredging up in front of her, and she had to cross step back as quickly as she could to try and get some control and get her weight over the tail of the board. Unfortunately, not in time, because she nosedived on that. Out and riding out the back. Dupont there with a quick up and down before falling. So heads up for surfers in the next heat, the junior girls final. We will have a very short pause after this heat whilst we just check all the systems, because we are moving our judges to the headland so that they've got a better vantage point for the lower tide. So we're going to be moving our judges, and we're going to be checking the systems to make sure everything is working as it should. So, surfers in the next heat, we will have a short pause before the end of this heat and the start of yours. Just be aware of that. And images on screen show our competitors in the next heat gathering their rash vests. Scores still to come for last of white, last of red. Last of blue, just a 0.87 for that quick wave. Last of green, 2.0. 2 scores still to come. One of them will definitely change the situation, so I will hold off on giving you that situation until then. Replay now for last of white, Kaimi. Those of you at home can watch the fancy footwork of the young Italian. Lovely hang 10 there, brief as it was. So stylish and so controlled. The judges carefully considering this wave, no doubt watching this replay. And then back to the action. It's a beautiful day here at Fistral. The sun is shining. It's starting to heat up out there. Fortunately, we don't have quite the same breeze as yesterday, which was a little bit chilly at times. Our tribe of windbreak owners, of course, not feeling the effects of that wind. And the scores are in. So last of white 5.0, last of white 5.0. That means white, you are now first. We are still waiting on last of red. Viewers at home can see last of red on screen. Alcoon get into the nose and then rushing back to the tail to try and dig the nose of that board out. Up and riding now in real time. It's Surfer in green. Lucy Small. We saw a fantastic performance from Small yesterday. Redirect there off the oncoming whitewater section. And she will find another little section through the inside here. Bouncing up into the foam, redirecting, riding out with control. Small currently in fourth, just with a 1 and a 2. She needs a 6.8. Now, she may not get the 6.8 with that wave, but she will certainly have reduced the requirement. Up and riding beyond her in the blue. Dupont, the legendary French surfer, who is the proud owner of one of possibly the coolest statistics and factoids in world surfing, in that she has been a member, a competitor across 3 world tours: the World Longboard Tour, the Big Wave World Tour, and the WCT. She's competed across all 3. A true polymath of surfing, pioneering Nazaré in Portugal. Dupont really has done it all, and we see her now before us in this, the semi-final, number 2 of the women's LQS. Coming to you from a very sunny Fistral this Sunday morning. Replays on screen now for Last of Small in the green. It's finals day. It's day 5 of the Boardmasters. You join us at the perfect time because after this, we move into the grand finals. And those grand finals are going to see us out for the rest of the day. The first of the grand finals will be the Boardmasters Open Under 18 girls. Then we move into the Boardmasters Open Under 18 boys final. Then we're back to the women's LQS finals. Then the men's LQS finals, women's QS 2000 finals. And then we finish today with the men's QS 2000 finals. So after this heat, we've just 6 more to come. But they're 25 minutes in duration. So plenty of time to settle in and enjoy all before you. 15 minutes, 20 seconds left in this heat. All scores are in. Situation update. Surfer in white, you are first. White, you are first. Red, you are second. Red, you require 5.54. Your last score was a 2.67. Red, you require 5.54 to go first. Green, you are third. Green, you require 5.7. Your last score was a 3.1. Green, you require 5.7. Blue, you are fourth. Blue, you require 6.3. Just under 15 minutes remaining. The beach is starting to fill. The surf deck bar balcony is starting to fill up. The beach bar balcony is starting to fill up. People know what's coming, and that's a whole lot of very exciting action. Still lots of local interest across the divisions. We saw Emily Curry in the previous semi-final, narrowly missing out on a final place. Emily surfing brilliantly, a valiant effort right to the end, but unfortunately coming just short on screens. And in real time, we can see surfer in fourth, Justine Dupont in the blue of France, up and riding, navigating through this trickier inside section, and she finds that open face again, decides to kick out, not to pursue that one through to the shore. We've seen the likes of Ben Skinner and Eduardo Pero in their semi-finals work those waves right through to the sand, and they were justly rewarded with very nice scores, and it's because they managed to find room for those extra maneuvers right the way onto the sand, changing direction, finding space to nose ride. Go ahead, Paulie.
Okay, so when it comes to going live on the junior finals, you
Last of blue, 1.9. Last of blue, 1.9. It doesn't change your situation. 12.5 minutes remain in this LQS Women's semi-final number 2. Coming up next, we've got the Boardmasters Open Under-18 Girls Final. We are into the business end of proceedings here at the Boardmasters 2025 Up and Riding. You see heat leader Ginger Kaimi on her backhand. The goofy foot deciding to go right on this one. That wave not playing ball, however. Fading through the deep water before crashing over as a big closeout on the inside. So Kaimi will reset. She's sitting fairly comfortably at the moment in first with a 5.17 and a 5.0. Alkun in red in second with priority. She needs a 5.54 to move into that first position. Small in green in third. She needs a 5.7. And Dupont in blue in fourth needs a 6.3. Of course, the first two surfers will advance through to the final. But when we get to the final, we're not worried about the situation to get into second. It's all about that pole position. Up and riding here. Alkun in the red. A quick hang 10. Navigating that section beautifully. Cross-stepping stylishly. A little cross-step. Cut back. Change of direction there. This wave, extremely difficult to surf. It's quite angular. Almost coming through as a lump. But somehow Alkun managed to find open face and working her way all the way through to that end section where it was joined by another wave and it all came crashing down. Alkun not managing to ride out of that end section, but she got so busy on the outside. A replay for those of you at home. You can see her poised there, perched on the nose, arms, her trailing arm extended for balance. Very stylish surfing. Alkun representing France. Fleet of foot, and then that wave joins with another and throws her from aboard. Kaimi styling there on the nose in white, hanging 5, leaning back out beyond her. Surfer in green, small looking for a 5.7. You can see great shot there of surfers in white and green, those of you watching at home online. And Small finding some nose time there through a tricky inside section. White, Kaimi still going. So a fantastic exchange there. Brilliantly surfed wave from red. And then white and green in the same shot. Both styling their way towards shore. We missed the beginning of surfer in white's wave on screen. The judges won't have missed it, don't worry. But we joined Kaimi just as she was soul arching her way across that fast-moving right-hander. 9.5 minutes remain. Scores to come, and I think it would be fairly safe to say that the situation will change as a result of those rides. Pressure being thrown onto Justine Dupont. She's currently in 4th in blue, but she does have priority, meaning she gets first dibs, first pick of any wave that she wants, although we just saw a paddle for Dupont. I wonder if that will factor into the priority situation. 6.3 required for blue. Scores to come for white, green, and red. The surf continues to pump. There's not a cloud in the sky. It is the perfect day for the finals here at the Boardmasters 2024. Our judges carefully considering all that they've seen so far. Up and riding now. Alkun again, surfer in red. She's moving right. On the opposite end of that, we saw Dupont in blue up and riding on the left, but coming unstuck. So we stick with surfer in red. Alkun, current heat leader, looking to replace a 4.63. Swooping back towards the whitewater there, coming unstuck. Scores start to drop in. Last of blue won't factor into her top two. Just a 1.07 for Last of blue. 1.07. We are still waiting on scores for red. So previous of red, a 7.33. Previous of red, 7.33. Still waiting for one score of red. That improves red's position as heat leader. We are waiting on waves of white, green, and red. A replay now of that last of white. Kaimi hanging 5 for some time before soul arching and then redirecting through the inside. And beyond her, we saw surfer in green, Lucy Small. And it's surfer in blue in live action now. Currently in 4th, looking for a 7.67. Redirect there from DuPont. And she's got a lovely section ahead of her. Bashes off the oncoming section. We hear some whistles coming from the athletes area. DuPont ejects from that one. Now, she may not get the 7.67 with that wave, but she will have reduced her requirement. She's looking to replace a 2.5 and a 1.9. Both will need to go if she's to stand any chance of getting through to the final, I think. Well, and she would have done it with that.
That is wave 1 for DuPont of a 5-minute heat, isn't it?
I think you're right, Tom. We've talked about these 5-minute heat, surfers leaving it until the last 5 minutes, or indeed getting all the work done in the first 5 minutes and then nothing thereafter. And sometimes that's all it takes.
Well, DuPont is out again already, out back. That was a pretty solid closeout re-entry.
Okay, so scores starting to come in. Last of green, 3.43. Last of green, 3.43. So you do improve your situation. Green, you are now looking for a 6.74. Green, you are 3rd. You need 6.74. But we still have waves to come for white and blue. At the moment, it's red 1st, white 2nd, green 3rd, blue 4th. Blue looking for a 7.67. A score still to come for Last of Blue, Justine Dupont. A score still to come for surfer in 2nd in white, Ginger Kaimi. So the requirement may well up.
Yeah, Kaimi looking to replace a 5. So there was a... Oh, and here goes Kaimi again. She's real busy here. Gets the nose... Slightly overreaches, but of course she's got to try and push the boat out now, hasn't she? There's no use.
Just saw DuPont in 4th. Have a little look at that wave. So important scores to drop in. So previous of white, 6.83. So we do see a changing situation. 5.5 minutes remaining. White, you are now 1st. White, you are 1st. Red, you are 2nd. Red, you require 4.67 to move into 1st. Green, you are 3rd. Green, you require 8.53 to move into 2nd. Blue, you are 4th. Blue, you require 9.46 to move into 2nd. But we are still waiting for that score of blue.
Judges watching it.
It will be her best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, the judges just watched it on a replay again then.
5 minutes remaining in this heat. And here goes DuPont again in the blue. Bottom turning slams into that oncoming section. A big redirect there, and out she goes. So we're waiting for 2 scores of blue.
Wave 2 of the 5-minute heat.
Potentially. So paddling out now are our girls for the under-18 girls final. So the finalists for the under-18 girls making their way into the lineup. A reminder, girls, please do not paddle directly into the lineup so as not to interfere with the current heat. We will have a slight delay at the conclusion of this heat before we get underway with the under-18 girls finals, whilst our judges relocate to the headland and check all the equipment is working. 4 minutes, 10 seconds remain in this. Still waiting on 2 scores for blue. As it stands, it's white 1st, red 2nd. Red, you require 4.67 to move into 1st. Green 3rd, you need an 8.53. And blue 4th, needing 9.46. Scores still to drop in. 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. A set approaches the middle of the contest area, one of the biggest sets of the morning. It is absolutely cooking. The surf is so good this morning for finals day. The sun is shining. What more could we ask for? Not a lot. Wow, scores start to come in for blue, Tom, and they are looking promising for DuPont. Still with a score to come. Previous of blue, 5.73. Previous of blue, 5.73. So you now move up into 3rd. You're looking for a 6.24.
From this wave here. Here is the replay. So was this a 6.24? There's the nose ride. There's the closeout turn. Slight
it's going to be close
to that. Bit of Larry layback there for the longboarder.
Here's Red, Alcoon, up and riding. Currently in 2nd. She may well require another score if she wants to stay in 2nd. We're waiting for Last of Blue to come in.
So what else will they compare it to? Well, they'll compare it to the best of Ophélie Alcoen, which was a 7.33. So it would need to come to within a point of that 7.33. You see there, Alcoen using the priority over the surfer in green, Lucy Small. I mean, you've got to say that that's a priority mistake, really. And here goes Justine Dupont again. And there's a replay.
Live action here as Kaimi navigates that inside section.
Dupont is out from that left. So whatever she did, she rode off to the north, didn't she, going left. So Ginger Kaimi in the lead.
Now there are 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. We've got scores to come for white, for blue, for green. Alcuin is out the back, I believe. Or certainly the nearest to it. Yes, she is. And as it stands, she's in second. But, and it's a big but, we think Dupont may get the score with her previous wave.
Well, 6.24. I think
it means that Alcuin could
go anyway.
Need another wave.
Yeah.
She's got priority though. With 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock, she's got the time to do it. We know she can post big scores. A 7.33, her highest score in this heat.
Let's
Once again, we come into 90 seconds and
everything's up in the air.
It's all to play for.
90 seconds remaining. Stand by for the last of blue. Stand by for the last of blue.
Here goes Alcuin. This could be a clutch wave. Straight to the nose for 10. Cross steps her way back. Wall stretching ahead of her. Round the white water she goes.
She's going to get left
little
behind.
Squat stance to try and navigate this turbulent water. And she's going to get that inside section if she stays with it. Alcuin very studious now as she waits for that wall to line up ahead of her. She's eyeing something down the line. She knows she needs something extra on this wave. And she delicately cross steps forward, hoping to stick with this wave. It fades underneath her, so that wave could be vital.
If there is a situation change.
Here goes Dupont out the back. Dupont currently in third. What can she do here? Nice change of direction there, stylishly cross-stepping her way forward. Manages to get to the nose, holds on. This wave rejoins one in front. Little redirect off the foam as we move into the last 30 seconds. Blue sticks with this wave. This will be her final wave of the heat as she checks her watch and ejects into the last 25 seconds. Scores to come for white, blue, and red.
If the one before doesn't go there, then that one is also a concerted application.
Once again,
to get
Tom,
the score.
I think we are going to have to wait until the close of this heat to find out exactly what has gone on as we count down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And the WSL judges are going to take their time with this one. They are in no rush because the Pro Juniors are in next, and we're going to be briefly on hold while they change over to the Pro Juniors. So the heat is finished, and it's going to be all about the scores for Justine Dupont. I'm not sure that the waves from Ophélie Arcouen are going to top her low score of a 4.63. So the judges at the moment, there's no scores dropping into the computer screen at all, which means one thing: they are watching the replays. We're not currently connected to the judges' replays. So we're going to stay with the beach. You see there Justine Dupont, one of the greatest European female surfers ever, making her way up the beach. It's a lovely image. The couple of fans on the beach there. And the surfers in front of them. That's the great thing about surfing, is you can go right down to the water's edge and you can meet your heroes. And here comes Ophélie Arcouen. And so it's Arcouen and Dupont who will be waiting for news here. All scores are in for the surfer in green. All scores are in for the surfer in green. We are waiting for 2 potentially scoring rides for the surfer in blue, Justine Dupont. You can see how much that matters to Ophélie Arcoen. And we are waiting for one wave for the surfer in red, Ophélie Arcoen, and one wave for the surfer in white, Ginger Kaimi. I think the wave for the surfer in white is unlikely to change the situation. Now here we see the replay for Ophélie Arcoen. Juniors, 1 minute, no surf. Juniors, 1 minute, no surf. So we're going to be kicking off the juniors before we get the result of this. That is fine because the juniors are running on a completely different scoring system. Now the judges are watching these replays. So there's Ophélie Arcoen's left-hander. And this is what the judges are considering. They are making comparisons. There is Ginger Kaimi, the surfer in white, who we think has taken first place in this heat. Teenager surfing for Italy from the Canaries. A World Tour surfer. There are 2 World Tour surfers in this heat, Arcoen and Kaimi. And Dupont, of course, has been on the World Longboard Tour as well as the Shortboard WCT and is currently on the Big Wave Tour as well. And Dupont being asked for a photograph with a fan there. One of the greatest European female surfers ever, Justine Dupont, and she's here at Boardmasters. But will she carry on being here at Boardmasters? That is what the next 2 waves will decide. We're going to be getting the juniors underway shortly. Stand by. Okay, so we are counting in the start of the juniors. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the juniors are underway now. Justine Dupont was looking for a 6.24 and scores are starting to drop. There are going to be 2 attempts by Dupont scored shortly. And we have a score. Surfer in blue, a 6.47. Surfer in blue is up into first. There is one more score to come for the surfer in blue, and one more score to come for the surfer in red, and one more score to come for the surfer in white. But the surfer in blue is up into first. Red now needs a 4.67 to go into second. And white would require a 5.17 or more to improve the situation. And there is the surfer in white and the surfer in red. And that was Lucy Small in between the 2 of them. That's Heath Gillespie coming up in the boys' juniors final to the right of the image. Here is Heath. And he was surfing late last night, Heath. He was telling me that he had dinner ready for him when he got in. Last of blue, a 6.03. Blue's final heat total is 12.5. Currently in first. Scores still to come for white and red. Last of red, a 2.43. Red's heat total is 11.96. The final result will be first blue. It will be blue and white through. We're just looking to see if white is going to go back up into first. White needs a 5.67 to go into first. Judges watching a replay there. All scores are in for blue, red, and green. It is the surfer in white whose score we're still waiting for. It needs to be a 5.67 to go up into first. Currently, the surfer in blue is in first. Awaiting these guys in the final, Alice Lemoyne and Canel Le Breton. And the last of white is a 3.8. So blue remains first, white remains second. We're just waiting for official confirmation. That is the unofficial results. First blue, second white, third red, and fourth green. We're just waiting for the result to become official. You can see there the low tide spectators. Now the juniors are in the water. We will be back with the WSL webcast for the Compcast for the QS 2000 finals as well as the longboard finals later. I can see one of the finalists, Sean Gunning, is heading out for a wave, for a practice wave, one of the men's finalists. And here comes the official confirmation. So the low tide crowd there are watching the juniors. And there is the official confirmation is now in. Results of semi-final 2. First, Justine Dupont in the blue. Ginger Kaimi in the white comes second. Ophélie Arcouen finishing with a 5th in red. And Lucy Small with a 7th in the green. So our final is set. It is Lemoyne, Le Breton, Dupont and Kaimi. 3 French, 1 Italian. What a morning it's been already. So the WSL channel and app will be the place to catch those finals. They're going to be in about an hour's time, just under. The juniors will take to the water first. So you can see the confirmation on the screen that we're on hold for about 45 more minutes. So we're looking at around about 11:45. There you can see the athlete area. 11:45 roughly. Keep tuned for updates while the juniors surf. What a finals it looks set to be, Rob Blythe.
You're absolutely right, Tom, and we are into the finals now because the Boardmasters are open. Under 18 girls are in the water, and we've got Willow Smith of England, joined by Josie Hawke of Wales, Sunny Ingram, also of England, and Callie Cruikshank of Scotland. And I can see the Saltire of Scotland down on the foreshore being held aloft by Cruikshank's supporters. Great to see the support from her fellow compatriots. At the minute, it's Surfer in green, Willow Smith in first. Last of green, 5.67. Green, you are first. Blue, you are second. Last of blue, 4.23. Blue, you require 6.
Welcome to Boardmasters 2025 Day 3. Conditions are fun and we will be kicking off with the Pro Junior girls. Committed and flashy approach from Harlan Sykes there, power and speed. Indy Lynch coming through in clutch circumstances. Into the LQS men's round of 32. Roland Lefebvre 5 on the nose and gets the 10.
classical style from Teva Portilla, fusing traditional and progressive perfectly. And Sam Bleakley getting through to take British hopes into the next round. Into the women's LQS round of 24, and Alice Lemoyne on the nose. Justine Dupont, drop knee cutback with style. Up next, the Boys Pro Junior. Former champion Jay Phipps showing that he's somebody to contend with again this year. Likewise, Lucas Skinner. Fantastic display of progressive world-class surfing there. Willow Smith off the top. And Sunny Ingram through to the final.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to day one of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 for the men's QS 2000.
Fast and flowing, Shane Vaselko into the lip, fins out.
Here's surfer in red Noah Day with a huge smash off the end section.
Into the women's round of 64 QS 2000. And the former event champion Juliette Lacombe absolutely shredding through this round.
Here's Nia Monte on her forehand, drifting the tail, showing her progression, pushing the fold.
Coming through in the dying seconds, buzzer beater for Tegan Blackford.
And here's Clemence Schorsch with one of the highest scores of the day. And now we're into the Boardmasters Junior Boys round of 24.
Lucas Skinner in the board shorts, fast and loose, powerful, takes the air again.
The defending champion, surely a favourite again this year. Hello, good morning, and welcome to day one of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 for the men's QS 2000.
Welcome to Boardmasters 2025 Day 3. Conditions are fun and we will be kicking off with the Pro Junior girls. Committed and flashy approach from Harlan Sykes there, power and speed. Indy Lynch coming through in clutch circumstances. Into the LQS men's round of 32. Roland Lefebvre 5 on the nose and gets the 10. Classical style from Teva Portilla, fusing traditional and progressive perfectly. And Sam Bleakley getting through to take British hopes into the next round. Into the women's LQS round of 24 and Alice Lemoyne on the nose. Justine Dupont, drop knee cutback with style. Up next, the boys Pro Junior. Former champion Jay Phipps showing that he's somebody to contend with again this year. Likewise, Lucas Skinner. Fantastic display of progressive world-class surfing there. Willow Smith off the top. And Sunny Ingram through to the final.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to day 1 of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 for the men's QS 2000.
Fast and flowing, Shane Vaselko into the lip, fins out.
Here's surfer in red, Noah Day with a huge smash off the end section.
Into the women's round of 64 QS 2000. And the former event champion Juliette Lacombe absolutely shredding through this round.
Here's Nia Monte on her forehand, drifting the tail, showing her progression, pushing the fold.
Coming through in the dying seconds, buzzer beater for Tegan Blackford.
And here's Clemence Schorsch with one of the highest scores of the day. And now we're into the Boardmasters Junior Boys round of 24.
Lucas Skinner in the board shorts, fast and loose, powerful, takes the air again.
The defending champion, surely a favourite again this year. Hello, good morning and welcome to day one of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 of the men's QS 2000.
Welcome to Boardmasters 2025 Day 3. Conditions are fun and we will be kicking off with the Pro Junior girls. Committed and flashy approach from Harlan Sykes there, power and speed. Indy Lynch coming through in clutch circumstances. Into the LQS men's round of 32. Roland Lefebvre 5 on the nose and gets the 10. Classical style from Teva Portilla, fusing traditional and progressive perfectly. Sam Bleakley getting through to take British hopes into the next round. Into the women's LQS round of 24 and Alice Lemoyne on the nose. Justine Dupont, drop knee cutback with style. Up next, the boys Pro Junior. Former champion Jay Phipps showing that he's somebody to contend with again this year. Likewise, Lucas Skinner. Fantastic display of progressive world-class surfing there. Willow Smith off the top. And Sunny Ingram through to the final.
Hello, good morning and welcome to day one of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 of the men's QS 2000.
Fast and flowing, Jane Vaselko into the lip, fins out.
Here's surfer in red, Noah Day with a huge smash off the end section.
Into the women's round of 64 QS 2000. And the former event champion Juliette Lacombe absolutely shredding through this round.
Here's Nia Monte on her forehand, drifting the tail, showing her progression, pushing the fold.
Coming through in the dying seconds, buzzer beater for Tegan Blackford.
And here's Clemence Schorsch with one of the highest scores of the day. And now we're into the Boardmasters Junior Boys round of 24.
Lucas Skinner in the board shorts, fast and loose, powerful, takes the air again.
The defending champion, surely a favourite again this year. Hello, good morning and welcome to day one of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 of the men's QS 2000.
Welcome to Boardmasters 2025 Day 3. Conditions are fun and we will be kicking off with the Pro Junior girls. Committed and flashy approach from Harlan Sykes there, power and speed. Indy Lynch coming through in clutch circumstances. Into the LQS men's round of 32. Roland Lefebvre 5 on the nose and gets the 10. Classical style from Teva Portilla, fusing traditional and progressive perfectly. Sam Bleakley getting through to take British hopes into the next round. into the women's LQS round of 24, and Alice Lemoyne on the nose. Justine Dupont, drop knee cutback with style. Up next, the Boys Pro Junior. Former champion Jay Phipps showing that he's somebody to contend with again this year. Likewise, Lucas Skinner. Fantastic display of progressive world-class surfing there. Willow Smith off the top. And Sunny Ingram through to the final.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to day one of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 of the men's QS 2000.
Fast and flowing, Shane Vaselko into the lip, fins out.
Here's surfer in red, Noah Day with a huge smash off the end section.
Into the women's round of 64 QS 2000. And the former event champion Juliette Lacombe absolutely shredding through this round.
Here's Nyamonte on her forehand, drifting the tail, showing her progression, pushing the fold.
Coming through in the dying seconds, buzzer beater for Tegan Blackford.
And here's Clemence Schorsch with one of the highest scores of the day. And now we're into the Boardmasters Junior Boys round of 24.
Lucas Skinner in the board shorts, fast and loose, powerful, takes the air again.
The defending champion, surely a favourite again this year. Hello, good morning, and welcome to day one of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 of the men's QS 2000.
Welcome to Boardmasters 2025 Day 3. Conditions are fun and we will be kicking off with the Pro Junior girls. Committed and flashy approach from Harlan Sykes there, power and speed. Indy Lynch coming through in clutch circumstances. Into the LQS men's round of 32. Roland Lefebvre 5 on the nose and gets the 10. Classical style from Teva Portilla, fusing traditional and progressive perfectly. And Sam Bleakley getting through to take British hopes into the next round. Into the women's LQS round of 24 and Alice Lemoyne on the nose. Justine Dupont, drop knee cutback with style. Up next, the boys Pro Junior. Former champion Jay Phipps showing that he's somebody to contend with again this year. Likewise, Lucas Skinner. Fantastic display of progressive world-class surfing there. Willow Smith off the top. And Sunny Ingram through to the final.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to day 1 of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 for the men's QS 2000.
Fast and flowing, Shane Vaselko into the lip, fins out.
Here's surfer in red, Noah Lede with a huge smash off the end section.
Into the women's round of 64 QS 2000. And the former event champion Juliette Lacombe absolutely shredding through this round.
Here's Nyamonte on her forehand, drifting the tail, showing her progression, pushing the fold.
Coming through in the dying seconds, buzzer beater for Tegan Blackford.
And here's Clemence Schorsch with one of the highest scores of the day. And now we're into the Boardmasters Junior Boys round of 24.
Lucas Skinner in the board shorts, fast and loose, powerful, takes the air again.
The defending champion, surely a favourite again this year. Hello, good morning and welcome to day one of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 of the men's QS 2000.
Welcome to Boardmasters 2025 Day 3. Conditions are fun and we will be kicking off with the Pro Junior girls. Committed and flashy approach from Harlan Sykes there, power and speed. Indy Lynch coming through in clutch circumstances. Into the LQS men's round of 32. Roland Lefebvre 5 on the nose and gets the 10. Classical style from Teva Portilla, fusing traditional and progressive perfectly. Sam Bleakley getting through to take British hopes into the next round. Into the women's LQS round of 24 and Alice Lemoyne on the nose. Justine Dupont, drop knee cutback with style. Up next, the boys Pro Junior. Former champion Jay Phipps showing that he's somebody to contend with again this year. Likewise, Lucas Skinner. Fantastic display of progressive world-class surfing there. Willow Smith off the top. And Sunny Ingram through to the final.
Hello, good morning and welcome to day one of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 of the men's QS 2000.
Fast and flowing, Jane Vaselko into the lip, fins out.
Here's surfer in red Noah Day with a huge smash off the end section.
Into the women's round of 64 QS 2000. And the former event champion Juliette Lacombe absolutely shredding through this round.
Here's Nia Monte on her forehand, drifting the tail, showing her progression, pushing the fold.
Coming through in the dying seconds, buzzer beater for Tegan Blackford.
And here's Clemence Schorsch with one of the highest scores of the day. And now we're into the Boardmasters Junior Boys round of 24.
Lucas Skinner in the board shorts, fast and loose, powerful, takes the air again.
The defending champion, surely a favourite again this year. Hello, good morning and welcome to day one of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 of the men's QS 2000.
Welcome to Boardmasters 2025 Day 3. Conditions are fun and we will be kicking off with the Pro Junior girls. Committed and flashy approach from Harlan Sykes there, power and speed. Indy Lynch coming through in clutch circumstances. Into the LQS men's round of 32. Roland Lefebvre 5 on the nose and gets the 10. Classical style from Teva Portilla, fusing traditional and progressive perfectly. Sam Bleakley getting through to take British hopes into the next round.
into the women's LQS round of 24, and Alice Lemoyne on the nose. Justine Dupont, drop knee cutback with style. Up next, the Boys Pro Junior. Former champion Jay Phipps showing that he's somebody to contend with again this year. Likewise, Lucas Skinner. Fantastic display of progressive world-class surfing there. Willow Smith off the top. And Sunny Ingram through to the final.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to day one of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 of the men's QS 2000.
Fast and flowing, Shane Vaselko into the lip, fins out.
Here's surfer in red, Noah Day with a huge smash off the end section.
Into the women's round of 64 QS 2000. And the former event champion Juliette Lacombe absolutely shredding through this round.
Here's Nia Monte on her forehand, drifting the tail, showing her progression, pushing the fold.
Coming through in the dying seconds, buzzer beater for Tegan Blackford.
And here's Clemence Schorsch with one of the highest scores of the day. And now we're into the Boardmasters Junior Boys round of 24.
Lucas Skinner in the board shorts, fast and loose, powerful, takes the air again.
The defending champion, surely a favourite again this year. Hello, good morning, and welcome to day one of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 of the men's QS 2000.
Welcome to Boardmasters 2025 Day 3. Conditions are fun and we will be kicking off with the Pro Junior girls. Committed and flashy approach from Harlan Sykes there, power and speed. Indy Lynch coming through in clutch circumstances. Into the LQS men's round of 32. Roland Lefebvre 5 on the nose and gets the 10. Classical style from Teva Portilla, fusing traditional and progressive perfectly. And Sam Bleakley getting through to take British hopes into the next round. Into the women's LQS round of 24 and Alice Lemoyne on the nose. Justine Dupont, drop knee cutback with style. Up next, the boys Pro Junior. Former champion Jay Phipps showing that he's somebody to contend with again this year. Likewise, Lucas Skinner. Fantastic display of progressive world-class surfing there. Willow Smith off the top. And Sunny Ingram through to the final.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to day 1 of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 for the men's QS 2000.
Fast and flowing, Shane Vaselko into the lip, fins out.
Here's surfer in red, Noah Lede with a huge smash off the end section.
Into the women's round of 64 QS 2000. And the former event champion Juliette Lacombe absolutely shredding through this round.
Here's Nia Monte on her forehand, drifting the tail, showing her progression, pushing the fold.
Coming through in the dying seconds, buzzer beater for Tegan Blackford.
And here's Clemence Schorsch with one of the highest scores of the day. And now we're into the Boardmasters Junior Boys round of 24.
Lucas Skinner in the board shorts, fast and loose, powerful, takes the air again.
The defending champion, surely a favourite again this year. Hello, good morning and welcome to day one of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 of the men's QS 2000.
Welcome to Boardmasters 2025 Day 3. Conditions are fun and we will be kicking off with the Pro Junior girls. Committed and flashy approach from Harlan Sykes there, power and speed. Indy Lynch coming through in clutch circumstances. Into the LQS men's round of 32. Roland Lefebvre 5 on the nose and gets the 10. Classical style from Teva Portilla, fusing traditional and progressive perfectly. Sam Bleakley getting through to take British hopes into the next round. Into the women's LQS round of 24 and Alice Lemoyne on the nose. Justine Dupont, drop knee cutback with style. Up next, the boys Pro Junior. Former champion Jay Phipps showing that he's somebody to contend with again this year. Likewise, Lucas Skinner. Fantastic display of progressive world-class surfing there. Willow Smith off the top. And Sunny Ingram through to the final.
Hello, good morning and welcome to day one of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 of the men's QS 2000.
Fast and flowing. Jane Vaselko into the lip, fins out.
Here's surfer in red Noah Day with a huge smash off the end section.
Into the women's round of 64 QS 2000. And the former event champion Juliette Lacombe absolutely shredding through this round.
Here's Nia Monte on her forehand, drifting the tail, showing her progression, pushing the fold.
Coming through in the dying seconds, buzzer beater for Tegan Blackford.
And here's Clemence Schorsch with one of the highest scores of the day. And now we're into the Boardmasters Junior Boys round of 24.
Lucas Skinner in the board shorts, fast and loose, powerful, takes the air again.
The defending champion, surely a favourite again this year. Hello, good morning and welcome to day one of the Boardmasters for 2025. We're straight into the round of 96 of the men's QS 2000.
Welcome to Boardmasters 2025 Day 3. Conditions are fun and we will be kicking off with the Pro Junior girls. Committed and flashy approach from Harlan Sykes there, power and speed. Indy Lynch coming through in clutch circumstances. Into the LQS men's round of 32. Roland Lefebvre 5 on the nose and gets the 10. Classical style from Teva Portilla, fusing traditional and progressive perfectly. Sam Bleakley getting through to take British hopes into the next round.
into the women's LQS round of 24, and Alice Lemoyne on the nose. Justine Dupont, drop knee cutback with style.
We are counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Straight into the action is Alice Lemoyne, up and riding 10 over the nose of the board there, hanging on, cross-stepping back and riding out cleanly before falling. So a great start from Lemoyne, up and riding now. In the white, Justine Dupont, laid back style as she hangs 5, drop knee, cut back into the white water. And she'll see this wave through to the inside, out beyond her in the blue. Canal Le Breton gets to the nose. Ideal conditions for this, the LQS Women's Grand Final. And Ginger Kaimi in the green, out beyond her. Working her way across the left. Here we stick with, on screen, Canal Le Breton in the blue. Still going. This wave has been extremely long for the surfer representing France, and eventually she kicks out. So scores to come for all 4 surfers, a flurry of action with less than a minute gone. This is the LQS Women's Final. If you're just joining us, it's day 5 of the Boardmasters. It's finals day. The beach is packed. The sun is shining. The surf is pumping. We are set for an exciting close to competition here. LQS Women's Final in the water, LQS Men's Final coming up next. Then we're into the QS 2000 Women's Final and the QS 2000 Men's Final. Do not go anywhere, or if you're going to go somewhere, perhaps to the water's edge, because all of those finals will be taking place around the low tide mark. You don't want to miss a thing. If you're joining us on the webcast, welcome. You're currently enjoying some replays of the waves ridden thus far in the heat. 2 minutes gone now and 4 scores to drop in. Who will have got the better of that opening exchange? Who will have opened their account with the highest scoring wave and drawn first blood? Brilliant shot on screen there of 3 surfers in view.
Dupont and Le Breton.
And beyond her, Kaimi we
That's
saw for a brief
waves,
second
yeah.
before she disappeared off to the right of screen. Up and riding now, it's surfer in red, Lemoyne with her second wave. Straight to the nose she goes. And that wave, sections ahead of her, Lemoyne ejects.
Nice looking lines coming through here. Now you can see the crowd on the beach. They've all made their way down to the low tide mark, because here in the UK it is often as much as half a kilometre from high tide to low tide. That is probably about the distance today. I'd guess it's about 400 or 500 metres.
Here's Blue, Le Breton up and riding on her second scoring wave, straight to the nose, but doesn't manage to hang on there. Falls fairly early on, so she'll hope that that wave doesn't feature in her top two come the end of the heat. 21 minutes and 30 seconds still to go in this final. First of red, 5.5. First of red, 5.5. Stand by for second score. Second score of red, 1.83. Second of red, 1.83. We're still waiting on scores for blue, white, and green. And Blue taking a look at that wave. That would have been her third scoring ride in as many minutes.
Talk about the 5-minute heat. If anything, Le Breton and Lemoine had slightly smoother passages, didn't they? They were through the semis. Dupont and Kaimi were in that duke out at the end of their heat, where the lead and second changed hands about 4 times in the last couple of minutes.
That's right. We spent the next 3 or 4 minutes after the heat had finished seeing scores still drop in for that heat.
We did. It was about as exciting as a database full of numbers can get. But of course, we make great meaning of these numbers when sporting success is what's on the line. And there's a wave coming through to the south of the competition area now, and it's going to be picked off by, I think that looks like it's Justine, it's kind of Le Breton in the blue. And she goes to the nose.
She did so well to hang on through that section there, right to the tip, 10 toes over for a brief second, and bangs off that end section. Le Breton will have enjoyed that for sure.
This is the first of 4 back-to-back World Surf League finals on this live webcast.
We're seeing scores drop in now for that first exchange. First of white, 4.17. Le premier vague de Le Surfeur en Blanc, 4.17. Up and riding here in the green, Ginger Kaimi, the youngster representing Italy, straight to the nose. Back she goes and to the nose again, cross-stepping stylishly. A little change of direction there as this wave lines up on the inside. She goes to the nose again, 5 over, cross-stepping back. Can she stick with it? That wave fades underneath her. Meanwhile, at the back, one of the biggest sets of this heat so far, making its way into the lineup. The lefts, all of a sudden, turning on here at North Fistral. In the previous heat, we saw all of the scores being achieved with rights. Now we switch to the left as that tide continues to drop out. White up and riding. This is Dupont on her backhand, making her way to the nose, cross-stepping stylishly back, a change of direction, just as she tries to bottom turn a second time to steal your phrase, Tom. Rail says no.
No, yeah. Yeah, no. That's North Shore, I think, isn't it? We haven't quoted North Shore that much yet this week compared to usual. So Lemoine has won this event the last 2 times in a row. She's a Réunionnaise. She comes from the island of Réunion on the World Longboard Tour. A 9th in Huntington Beach. And there goes Canelle Le Breton. And she sails across that section. Lemoine is riding on the nose and arching in real time. We'll probably end up seeing that wave as well. There is Le Breton with a couple of frontside carves. This a really good start for Canelle Le Breton in the blue. Lemoine has got another solid score to come, though. Ginger Kaimi, 13 years young, also was at the US Open, got a 17th.
So a replay on screen now of last of green, Ginger Kaimi up and riding, cross-stepping away. She had 3 really solid nose rides on this wave. She didn't manage to ride out the last one, instead drifting off the back of the wave, but it would have been a great start for Kaimi. In fact, it was her second wave, so we're waiting for a few scores now.
Yeah, she did well here last year as well, didn't she? 9th in the US Open, Kaimi. And Dupont. Yeah. And there we see the arch from Lemoine. This was a really good wave for Lemoine. I would imagine a solid score to come for that one.
A split peak with Cipher in green and Cipher in white, both going in opposite directions. Green on her backhand, the right, white on her backhand to the left. And with 15 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, we've scores to come for all 4 surfers. As it stands, surfer in red is first, surfer in blue is second, surfer in white is third, surfer in green is fourth. 4 scores to come in, so as and when they do, we can update you on the situation. A reminder to surfers to the north of the contest site, please move much further north. You are starting to infringe on the contest area. Surfers north of the contest area, please move much further north.
So you can see the scores on the screen there. And one more comes in for Dupont. Last of white, a 4.67. But I do think that that wave of Alice Lemoine in the red will make a significant difference. She's only looking to replace a 1.83 to improve her heat total. A 3.34 to go first, but there was a solid nose ride, an arch of the back, and a closeout turn. Low tide. It's a pretty speedy peak once it gets going. Great fun waves. These longboarders, very accomplished in low tide beach break conditions. Now the judges they'll watch replays, they'll think very carefully. Here goes to live action, Justine Dupont. Looking to better scores, at least in the 4 range, and Lemoine again towards the nose there. And a stylish carve and the closeout turn. So Lemoine saving her best surfing for the final, which is what champions do.
Lemoine is waiting for a couple of scores, and there's one starting to drop in for her previous wave, and it's going to be a very, very good score.
It's, there's a whopper coming for wave 3 of Lemoine, and then you've got to think, if they just gave that, then the wave she just rode is not dissimilar either, is it? Up and riding now. And also cruising to the nose there, Le Breton, but doesn't get back to the power source. So not a completed ride in the same way that Lemoigne's were. And then here we see a replay of, that is Dupont, and she gets right to the nose on that one, and an inside closeout turn. So that will register for Dupont as well. And so here goes Kaimi, her turn. Onto the nose, a nice 5 there, a long 5. The judges will look closely at where that back foot was, and then a bit of cross-stepping, back to the nose again, and into the very inside, and a closeout turn. The fins hit the sand. What a wave for Ginger Kaimi. And then there's the surfer in white, Dupont, and she ends up riding out of that in a seated position. Last of red we're still waiting for, but before that, red has a score of an 8.0. 8.0 for the surfer in red, one more wave to come. 4 scores to come for the surfer in white. And this, I think, was the 8.0. No, this is the wave that they are still scoring, actually. So not as long on the nose as for the 8.0, but great surfing on the inside. And then this was Kaimi's last wave. So there, the judges will think about the position of the back foot, won't they, Rob? What do the judges look for in the back foot positioning?
So on a nose ride, basically, as far forward as you can get, the more likely you are to score points. So
both feet.
Even if 5 toes are over, you don't want that back foot too far out because that decreases the degree of difficulty, as we see surfer in blue, Canal Le Breton, up and riding, but going down soon after takeoff. That's right. If you have even at that back foot slightly farther back, it does decrease the degree of difficulty, and with that goes the score.
So there'll be a score to come in for Kaimi here, and it'll be a little bit behind that of Lemoigne. And here goes Lemoigne with just an in and out. There may even be, there's 3 more scores to come for Dupont. Now, surfer in white, you have a 4.67 and a 6.93. And 1 more score to come. Surfer in blue, you have 4 more scores to come. Surfer in red, we have a second scoring wave to come shortly. Surfer in red is in the lead. Surfer in white is in second. We can't confirm the requirement yet. And there's multiple event champion Eduard Del Pero pacing and getting ready. And up and right in. Lemoigne again goes to the nose, cross steps back, coming round, and a nice carving redirect behind her, Le Breton. Lemoigne goes to the inside. Le Breton is coming around the section and has been rolled off by the whitewater. Lemoigne to the very inside, right up to the edge of the spectators. Now there is a left to score for Justine Dupont, which did have an adventurous nose ride with both feet right up on the nose, a quick 10 and a moment's arch, and then a closeout re-entry as well. This was for Justine Dupont in the white. That is still to be registered in the scores. And in the meantime, Kaimi will go again. And she goes to the nose. And this time there is the 10. Look at that. Both those feet forward. And so Kaimi with a much improved wave here. And you can hear noise in the competition area. And the clearly compatriots, supporters, friends and family are backing that wave of Kaimi. So there are scores still to come for all surfers. There's going to be a score for Lemoigne that's going to improve the situation for her a little bit. She's got a current heat total of 13.5. And there we see the big clash for the next heat. Ben Skinner makes his way onto the sand. Big Cornish hopes in this next heat. Surfer in blue, Ben Skinner. Slight swallowtail there. Nice big fin. You can imagine what he's got planned. Skinner will be in blue in this heat. And behind him, the defending event champion.
Meanwhile, up and riding at the back, Canella Breton in the blue goes down. Out beyond her, looks to be surfer in white, Justine Dupont, currently in second, but with lots of scores still to come. She knows she needs to get busy. A drop knee, change of direction there. Back to the nose she goes, cross-stepping all the way, stylishly done. Little fade back to the whitewater, hoping this wave lines up on the inside. Will it provide her with more opportunity, perhaps to get to the nose one final time? Here goes the cross-step. And there she is, 5 over. She be able to ride out of this? She does. And out beyond her, Kaimi in the green, currently in third. Again, situation could well change with the scores that are still to come. Kaimi redirects and down she goes. 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Another score in for the surfer in red. A 6.53. Red, your scores are all in. Your heat total is 14.53. An 8 and a 6.53. Here's the replay for Kaimi, where she does get a closeout turn as well there. That was the last of Kaimi. And that will help her tally. She carries on with a bit of work into the corner in front of the crowd. Scores still to come for blue, green and white. Red, your heat total is 14.53 and you have priority. You have an 8 and a 6.53. I can see Martin Corret in the red making his way down. The men's final is stacked, as ever. And Antonio Dantas will be the last surfer to make his way down in the green. You can see the lineup there. There's the surfers in blue and red, Le Breton and Lemoigne. Last waves for blue, white and green are still to come. And we're going to get a really good score for that. I think it was the 10 of Kaimi. And this wave is going to then challenge. This is live. Kaimi again, riding into the corner. Surfer in green, you have an 8.1. And another score to come. Surfer in green, you now have an 8.1. You require a 6.43 to go into first. And you have a score still to come. And then there's green in the next heat, Antonio Dantas. And a really nice square tail on that. Lemoigne up and riding, goes to the nose. Here's that score of Kaimi and immediately thinks to respond. Round the section she comes. Looks to the inside, uphill bottom turn, which makes the top turn really hard to stick. And I think behind her, Canel Le Breton rode one and went down as well. So that means that Justine Dupont will be out back with priority. 2 minutes and 15 remaining. Justine Dupont, you now have a 6.93 and a 4.67. You require a 7.61 to go first. And here goes Dupont. 7.61, the requirement. Dupont on the nose. Round the section. Big closeout floater, and there may well be a reform on this. Dupont onto the shoulder. glances off the junction. A careful turn, looking to redirect. Dupont will cross step, gets to the nose again. And will she go again? And she does go again and finishes on the sand, which I absolutely love. And there goes Dupont. What a way for the surfer in white, Justine Dupont, with 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. Ginger Kaimi in the green. You need a 6.43 to go into the lead. Canel Le Breton, you need an 8.53. And Le Breton to the nose as well. Frontside carve. Looking for another chance to do some footwork. Does, gets to the nose, gets a 5. And a little frontside down carve. And then it looks like she will get through the inside wash around. And Canel Le Breton also finishes on the sand.
Wow.
30 seconds. What a finish.
30 seconds remaining. Red, you are first. Green, you are second. White, third.
So
Blue,
green.
fourth. There are 4 scores still to come. Green, you require 6.43.
Priority is with red. And there goes Lemoigne to the nose. And counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's a replay of Justine Dupont here. So this is right up in the air now. We have got scores to come all round. So you see the important sign on the screen there if you're watching from home is waiting for scores. The surfers will wait. We have scores to come for all surfers. At the end, we had a situation of first red, second green, third white and fourth blue. However, there are scores to come for all surfers. Now this wave that you're seeing on your replay screen is Ginger Kaimi to the nose and holds on. Now I believe that this is Ginger Kaimi's 8.1. So the judges will be using that 8.1 as the comparison wave. Kaimi rides this one right the way through to the inside. So that's the comparison. You see the judges cancel the replay before the very end of the wave because they're only interested in what took place before that. There is Lemoigne looking for the possible three-peat. The other competitors are now with her. And this is another wave of Kaimi. And that is to the nose. And that's a good nose right there as well. Recovered. And then waits for the right section. And there isn't a closeout re-entry opportunity on that one for Kaimi. Kaimi then to the nose again. So the judges are watching their way through. They're watching, in fact, that's the same wave, isn't it? They're watching it twice. The surfers are in behind there somewhere. And a couple of the scores are dropping onto the screen for Kaimi. A 6.43 would be the requirement as it stands to go into the lead, but that is notwithstanding any further rides by the other surfers being scored, which will then happen. So Kaimi, another ride of 6.17 has come in for green. Green would still require a 6.43. There is another ride to score for the surfer in green. And it's going to be in around about the same place. Again, 6.43. It's going to be very, very close. But no surfers in the heat have yet got their full counter scores in. So even if there is a lead change on a given wave right now, it would potentially only be a temporary one at that. Rob, did you see the left with the nose ride of Dupont? The surfers in the next heat are having a little bit of a surf. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
so
well, my eyes, Tom, are currently on the screen showing us all of the scores that are coming in from the judges, and there are so many waves to digest, so many waves to be scored.
another 6-point ride for Kaimi has come in, so still not the 6.43. There is still another ride to come for the surfer in green. There probably would have been enough time for the competitors to get all the way back from the low tide mark and actually stand and watch this screen themselves. But they're going to wait down on the shoreline. I mean, it's the right thing. Someone should be cheered up, whoever's going to win this. There'll be a few stages still to go through. Once we get the scores in, we'll then have an unofficial result, and then it'll be once you see those names at the bottom of the screen as your WSL official results board that we'll know for sure who has taken the LQS points, which surfers need in order to qualify for the World Longboard Tour. 2 surfers in this heat are current World Longboard Tour competitors. That's Lemoigne and Kaimi. Dupont has competed on that tour. Now, here is a wave of Dupont that the judges are looking at. It's a right-hander. And this closeout maneuver here. This was one of the last waves of Dupont, and she rode around the section here and then got the finish and then took this one right the way to the sand. There were 2 more nose rides on this wave as she rode through and onto the inside. This wave finished right on the sand for Justine Dupont. And then this was Lemoigne's finish to the nose. And then this one ran off a bit fast, but Lemoigne held on, came round, and then that turn, not really that easy to make because it was an uphill bottom turn, effectively. You got the bigger, harder section coming at you and no real ramp to push off. You can see then in the water, left to right, red of Martin Corre, the green of Antonio Dantas, and then that was Ben Skinner and Edouard Del Pero in the blue and the white, respectively. And there's the crowd. In there somewhere are the competitors. Last of white, a 6.7. So white remains in third. All scores are now in for the surfer in white. We are still waiting for scores from red, green, and blue. So Dupont, a 6.7 for that last wave that we saw there. The judges have settled on that. It was a 6.93 for the left. And so those are Dupont's scores, a heat total. And last of blue is in, a 5.13. We have heat totals confirmed for white and blue. White, you have finished with 13.63. Blue, you have finished with 11.27. So the judges now looking at Alice Lemoigne's waves. Among these is an 8-point ride. And 6.53. I think this is the current 6.53. And then they're going to be looking at Kaimi now. The important thing here for Kaimi, and that's that wave we talked about earlier. Now, I think this got I think this was a 4.77, we do believe. It was then eclipsed not long after an 8.1. I think this was the 8.1 for Kaimi. And look at that. That is the difference at the back foot the second time, how far up the back foot went, that made that a much better score for Ginger Kaimi. So we think that the surfer in green requires a 6.43 from a ride, but that is contingent on a further score for the surfer in red. Scores still to come for green and red. So that was what the judges were watching. So they were making direct comparisons there between Lemoigne and Kaimi. And the surfers in the lineup will still wait a little bit longer here. And here is a replay of Kaimi. And then this one is another ride to go in for Kaimi as well. I'm not quite sure where this fits in. That won't go into Kaimi's top 2. There you see the surfers waiting. There's Ginger, Kaimi. The surfers have all stayed at the water's edge to collect the scores.
I love that.
That they stay at the water's edge.
Yeah, we might see someone get cheered at the beach. Brilliant.
Well, I think that's the plan, isn't it? Surely.
Respecting
Kaimi,
the traditions of the contest. I love
you'd be able to chair Kaimi with one hand. She's only 13. But Kaimi waiting there. I mean, this would be a huge result for Ginger Kaimi if she was to get a World Surfer League win. I mean, we did have Tia Zabrowski winning as a I think, was she 13 or 14? I think just turned 14, only a few days if she had turned 14, and winning here. But this would be even younger Kaimi if she were to win. She looks like she's keeping calm enough. I mean, still, second would be an incredible result for Kaimi anyway, behind Alice Lemoigne. But will it be the three-peat for Lemoigne? So the judges will be making direct comparisons between the two waves. Now, we're going to get an unofficial result first, and then finally the official result. And you at home will see the official result come in with the scoreboard along the bottom. Now, I can see Kaimi, she's near Dupont. I can't see where Lemoigne is. You can see also that people are looking at their phones because these scores are also live on phones. So the competitors can actually probably see, if they get a phone signal down there, they probably can see the same thing as us. You could probably look at it in your own living rooms if you went to the live scores. Now, in theory, we'll get them as quick as anyone since we're plugged in through wires. And there hasn't always been a good signal down there, but I can see there's a few attempts to look at phones. You saw the judges were making direct comparisons between waves of Lemoigne and Kaimi. The RNLI lifeguards to the left of your image, working so hard to patrol the contest area. No easy job. RNLI, if you're watching from another country, stands for Royal National Lifeboat Institution. So these are the guys that they save lives at sea. It is as simple as that. You can see there's a great BBC Fly on the Wall documentary about the RNLI. Scores are coming in for the last of green, Ginger Kaimi. Then there will still be scores for the surfer in red. Kaimi needing a 6.43 to go temporarily into the lead. It is going to be very close. Now this is a really big moment here now. 3 of the scores are in and 3 of them 3 of them are a thumbs up at the moment. One of them quite high. A 4th score is in. Last of green, Ginger Kaimi, a 6.7. Last of red, a 4.63. Unofficial. Green, then red. This is unofficial. Stand by for the confirmation of official results. It does look as though Kaimi has got it, Rob. And shortly on your screen, you will see confirmation. Official confirmation. In first, Ginger Kaimi. Second, in the red, Alice Lemoigne. Third, Justine Dupont. And fourth, Canel Le Breton. Ginger Kaimi, Fistral Beach. Is this one of the youngest ever winners of a WSL senior competition? Counting down the men's final in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you saw the chair for Ginger Kaimi. Now in this one, in the red, Martin Correa. Blue, Ben Skinner. White, Edouard Del Pero. And in the green, Antonio Dantas. Now what a final this is as well. But Ginger Kaimi in that last heat, I cannot easily off the top of my head think of a younger win in a WSL competition. This will be global surf news. And what a future she must have ahead of her. Now Martin Correa opens the next heat and starts off with a 10 on the nose and makes the recovery on his backhand there. What a start for Correa. And a closeout turn as well. Oh, the surfer in red laying down a claim within the first minute of the men's final there. And we have a replay here of the ride by Correa. So Rob is back with me, and before he goes to catch Ginger Kaimi for an interview, he's got a few facts about Kaimi's career because she's already pretty decorated.
That's right, Tom. As we see live action in the water, in white and green up and riding, Del Piero and Dantas going opposite directions, but with both with incredible style and getting lots done. That's right, Kaimi. This is her 3rd event victory of the year at just 13 years old. Hailing from Milan in Italy, she really is setting the longboard world ablaze. And head down to the beach now and try to catch up with her.
The other victories in Ferrol and in Uruguay. LQS events. So this one, the biggest of that Triple Crown. Enormous result for Kaimi. And here we have a replay of the first ride of Edouard Del Pero, the defending champion. And a really nice frontside redirect there. And does so well to get up and into that lip. Del Pero is on a rounded, well, a very sharp pin-shaped tail. And then there goes Antonio Dantas. And what a 10 for Dantas there. Hard off the bottom as well. Close-out maneuver. Look at the skill to make sure that he comes out of the lip line there and lands. Ben Skinner just went down on one. First of red, 5.67. First of blue, 1 point. Stand by for last of white and last of green. And there we see Ben Skinner. So he went to a 10, and what a 10 it was. But then there was a bump in the face as he came out of that turn. If he'd made that, we would have been well on our way to a big score. So we're going to get some scores for the green. Now, the surfer in green, Dantas, a long ride into the corner of the bay. Ginger Kaimi is almost at the beach marshal now, chaired the whole way. It is a one-person chair. In fact, it looks as though carrying the longboard is harder work than carrying the person. And she's delighted. There's noise on the beach. And I think the WSL's own Rob Blythe will shortly be meeting her with a microphone. Justine Dupont walking up with her there. And finally, Kaimi's feet touch the sand. And so we will go to Rob, who will be with Ginger. And he's going to get a few words from our champ, newly minted. Here we see Del Pero with a frontside re-entry and a big inside closeout turn for Martin Correa. Slightly too much to hold on for. And then here goes Antonio Dantas onto the inside. And Dantas, that's a very hard section to ride through. And we've seen people coming unstuck on that one all day. Dantas joins that list. So Kaimi, here she is. Rob is with Ginger.
Okay, thanks very much, Tom. I am joined by the winner of the LQS women's event, Ginger Kaimi. Ginger, you must be ecstatic right now. You had a long old wait to hear the results. What were you thinking in those moments that you were waiting?
I was like so nervous, like, oh my god, I never wait so much for some scores, and I was like there, and when I saw that I win, I saw like, wow, yeah, I win. I was so happy in that moment.
Clearly very, very stoked with that, Ginger. Now, am I right in saying that this is your third event win of the year? You've had one in Uruguay, one in Ferrol as well. You've been coming to this contest. We were so impressed with your surfing last year. You've won it at just 13 years of age. What on earth is next?
My next competition, it is in Bells, the World Lumber Tour, and I'm excited to go there and just do what I have to do, and yeah, I'm so happy now to be here.
Now, Ginger, like I say, you've impressed us so much. I'm sure you're going to do wonderful things at Bells. Have you got a message for anybody watching online at home?
Yeah, I was watching like at home, and like it was like I wanted to be there one day, and like.
Would you like to say anything to anybody that was watching you? Any supporters out there?
Can I say in Italian?
Yeah.
Okay. Grazie alla mia nonna, a tutta la mia famiglia, alla mia sorella, il mio cugino Mattia che è romano.
That's it.
No, scusa, napoletano. E grazie a mio papà, a mia mamma, a tutta la gente che mi sta supportando. Senza il supporto non potrei essere io qua adesso.
Thanks so much, Ginger. We're going to send it back to you, Tom, because the men are busy in their final now.
Already a surfing legend, Ginger Kaimi. I love that. And here is Ben Skinner wrestling to try and get into a good position on the nose of that surfboard. First of white, 6.57. First of green, 8.17. Second of white, 5.53. Second of red, 5.57. Situation. First white, with a 6.57 and a 5.53. Second, red, 5.57 and a 5.67. Third, green. Antonio Dantas, your first wave was an 8.17. You require a 3.93 to go to the lead. Red, Martin Correa, you need a 6.44 to go to the lead. Ben Skinner in blue, you require 12.1. So a slightly slower than usual start for the surfer in blue, Ben Skinner. But it only takes one wave to change the momentum in a heat. So, Rob, I'm loving Ginger had plenty to say there, and that was a great interview.
Yeah, the emotion was definitely clear to see whilst I was down there. She was buzzing. She was vibrating with the excitement of it. She said that the wait while she was down on the shoreline was the longest she'd ever experienced, but it was worth it when the score came in. As we see on screen there, coming up in the next heat, one of the Gonzalez Echebarri sisters. That's Annette. Up and riding here is Ben Skinner, straight to the nose, 10 over, backpedaling, and somehow manages to get through that section while with 5 over, back to 10. This is going to be some score. Into the lip he goes, change of direction, off the oncoming whitewater section, stands tall, says to the beach. What do you think of that?
Yeah, he's celebrating to the home end after that one. And noise from the beach, noise in the water. You could almost hear him from the high tide mark, even though it's about half a kilometre away. What a wave for Ben Skinner. We've got Antonio Dantas, Rob, with a 8.17 to start as well. So I think the final heat total here is going to be big.
Viewers at home seeing a replay there of Martin Correa on his front side, the goofy foot, getting so busy. That wave steepening up really nicely and allowing Correa plenty of opportunity to put that longboard on rail. And now on screen, for those of you at home, will see last of Skinner. That wave that he celebrated, standing tall in the shore break, puffing his chest out to the crowd that Tom described as the home end. It really is that. Lots of noise being made for Skinner. So scores to come for last of blue, last of green, last of red. At the minute, it's white first, red second, green third, blue fourth. Expect that to change, however. The surf is absolutely firing. As we see live action, someone, I think that was Dantas taking a look at that one. Scores start to come in. Last of green, 7.8. Last of green, 7.8. And then another score of green, in fact. Last of green, 0.5. Previous wave of green, 7.8. Green, you are now first. Green, you are first. White, you are second. White, you require 9.4 to go first. Scores still to come for last of red, last of blue. 12 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. The surf is pumping. The sun is shining. It's finals day here at the Boardmasters. Day 5 in the water at the moment is the LQS final of the men's division. We've already seen Ginger Kaimi claim the crown in the women's LQS. Had a good interview with Ginger on the beach, and she was buzzing with that victory. It's her third victory of the year, winning in Uruguay and in Ferrol in northern Spain. And now at the Boardmasters, viewers at home can see a little glimpse there of the athletes area. Lined on the balcony, everybody watching this, the LQS men's final. Scores still to come for last of red and last of blue. Last of red is about to drop in. Red will be looking for a combination of 15.97. Blue will be looking for a combination of 15.97. So these next scores really are vital to dictating what goes on in the rest of this heat. Scores will come as we have them. As it stands, 10 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Waiting on scores of red and blue. Here goes green. Heat leader, Dontas, up and riding, goofy footer. Looking at the right, but kicking out. So that will be a little up and down. No major score. We are still waiting for scores of red and blue. 10 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Green first, white second, red third, blue fourth. Scores to come as they start to drop in for last of blue. Last of blue, 7.1. Last of blue, 7.1. You require 8.87. Blue, you need 8.87. Still waiting on one score of red. 9 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. This is the final of the men's LQS featuring Dontas in green, Del Piero in white, Correa in red, and Skinner in blue. It's green first, white second, and their last of red, 8.47. Last of red, 8.47. Situation change. 9 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Green, you are first. Red, you are second. Red, you require 7.5. White, you are third. You require 9.4. Blue, you are fourth. You need 8.87.
And there we have that ride from Martin Correa of La Réunion. What a nose ride. That was an 8.47 for this. One of the judges went to a 9.2. Another one went to a 9. So I'm going to ask you a question here, Robbo. 8 minutes and 35. Correa second priority, Dontas fourth priority. So Correa with the higher single score, but Dontas with the lead. Who'd you rather be?
Correa, I guess he's got the highest score, an 8.47.
And here he goes.
Here he goes with time aplenty. Wow, straight to the nose, 10, then back to the 5. He's held that for so long.
Oh, and he does recover it. On the inside, what else is he going to do? A top turn.
Wow.
And throws the board over the back of the wave.
Critical part of the wave as
no
well.
interest in the very inside section on that one. The work was done with that nose raid. That was Correa looking for a 7.5. Well, the judges will want to compare it to the previous of Correa, won't they?
8.47, his highest score. He needs a 7.5.
So he's got to get to within a point
I
of
will
that
say
wave.
that nose ride, Tom, was through the most critical section of
That
the
was
wave.
incredible, yeah.
Levitating. There it is, the replay on screen. How he held onto that, I do not know.
So the WSL criteria says committed nose riding in the more critical sections with high speed control and
Tick.
flow.
Tick. Well, he did it.
Combined with major rail turns in the pocket.
And he did that after it.
So
he could be going big here.
It's taking everyone to school there, Correa.
Wow. I saw Correa in the athletes area earlier, and it was very much a case of he was in the zone, head down, focused on the task at hand.
6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Stand by for last of red. Now, what does happen? Everybody's going for first, and with the scores being so high, it means that the rest of the surfers catch less waves because they're only looking for waves that are going to yield up big scores. There's no point rolling the dice. Not if you're going for the win. Sometimes surfers can, in four-man finals, can surf strategically looking for a particular place within the final, but I think obviously the win will be at the front of our surfers minds here. And here goes Antonio Dantas looking for a nose riding section, and he gets to the nose there. He's got 5. He's going to come around there. Dantas would be looking to improve on a 7.8. So he's the guy with the lead. I'm not sure that that would be a 7.8 or more. So Dantas is out of that wave. He only had 4th priority anyway. So if anyone is going to ride a wave that might not be a great scoring wave, just for the chance of it, then it would be a surfer who has the lead. And so that is the 8.17 of Dantas that we were seeing on the screen there. 2nd highest scoring wave of this heat. And the judges, they'll make comparisons between those waves. So the 8.17 of Dantas, we've got the 8.47 of Corre. So what we've got to think about is that last wave of Corre. How does that compare to the wave we just watched of Dantas, the 8.17?
I'd say
a stronger finish.
There was more jammed into a smaller space, wasn't there?
Yeah, a stronger finish for that one. But the nose ride probably stronger on the last of Corre. 5 minutes remaining. Surfers in the lineup, 5 minutes remaining. We are still waiting for the last of blue and the last of red. Last of green and last of red. We are waiting for last of green and last of red. All other scores are in. And so the last of red, Martin Corre, is starting to appear on the screen. Red requires a 7.5. And there's going to be a paddle here. And I think it looks like it might be Ben Skinner in the blue. And he goes to the nose and stays on the nose. And that is a 10. What a nose ride for Skinner. He's going to look to the inside now and see what else can be made available on this wave. Looking for an 8.87 ejects or anything more than a 7.1 to improve his situation. 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. And the last of red needed to be a 7.47. It is a 7.3. Last of red, 7.3. Last of blue, 4.67. Situation still green first. One more score to come for green. Won't change the situation. Red, you require a 7.5. Green, you are in the lead. Red, you require a 7.5. Red, you require a 7.5. White, you require a 9.4. Blue, you require an 8.87. White has priority. Then red, then green, then blue. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. So let's think about the local hopes here. Rob, if you were Ben Skinner, what would you be doing now?
Well, I'm looking at that peak to the north of the contest area.
Do you think there's time to get there?
Yeah, absolutely. On a longboard, definitely. We've seen some really nice rights reel off there. We know it's on those rights that Skinner gets his biggest waves, his biggest scores, and it's on those waves that he manages to ride all the way to shore. And we are seeing all of those waves in the northern end reel all the way to shore. He's chosen to sit away from the pack. That's on account of
that is a wise
4th
move,
priority. Yeah. But he's chosen the southern end, so let's see how that pays out.
1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. Now, it looks like there are waves making their way to the lineup. Now, Martin Corre is the best placed to chase. And here goes Del Pero. Now, he is looking for a very big score here, a 9.4. Has got a section to get round, and that one has closed out. So it becomes increasingly unlikely that Del Pero will hold on to his title here, because he's got 75 seconds to get back out and get a 9.4. And so we come into the final minute, and here is the surfer in red, Martin Corret. And this is him looking for the 7.5, and Ben Skinner is going the other way, and a huge rail gouge for Skinner and for Corret as well. Skinner's wave has closed out, but he'll stay on and see what else is there. Corret is going to go to the inside, and this could be a really important land here. And there is the squat, the Corret crouch, as it could well end up known as after this, Rob.
Meanwhile, Skinner still goes with 30 seconds on the clock. He's working his way all the way in, and he's going to try and do this, the step off onto the shore.
And there he comes.
We are in, Tom, to the last 10 seconds of the heat. Soon to count this one down. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heat leader Dantas up and riding at the close of play there. White also on his feet. Not sure if he got that before or after the buzzer.
I think before. So he'll ride right the way through here, White. Looking to see if there's any extra points available on that.
Oh, and guess what? We're ending the heat with buzzer beaters.
With all 4 surfers waiting for scores on the beach. And all 4 surfers waiting for scores that could change the situation. The surfers all make their way in. So Corret, you saw the full unabashed claim from Corret, clearly showing that he believes that that was the 7.5. Then we had Antonio Dantas doing everything he can to make the judge's decision difficult, because they'll then have to put another wave onto Dantas. Anything more than 7.8 would change the requirement for Dantas. Then we saw Skinner, who was looking for an 8.87. Completely gettable for Skinner. I've seen him with upper 9s here. And then we saw Del Pero looking for a 9.4, which we've also seen happen. So this is the wave which Martin Corret believes has taken him to the 7.5 and the title. It was a long 5, a snappy frontside redirect, a drop knee cut back, and then this ending here. Crucial to get over that piece of foam that has been blowing people off all morning, and Corret lands it, and look at the belief at the end of that ride. Now, meanwhile, Dantas, this is to replace a 7.8, parks on the nose. He was booked in for a demi-pension on the nose of that wave, and a bow at the end. So I don't know. I don't know what we can read into that body language from Dantas at the end there. And so
we wait. I wonder if the men's finalists will wait on the shore.
Corret is going to get the score here. Scores are coming in for the surfer in red. It needs to be a 7.5 or more to go into the lead. Last of green, a 4.5. So we now wait for last of red and last of blue. Last of blue needs to be an 8.87. Last of red needs to be a 7.5. We need one more score for the last of red. 7.5 to move into first. Now watch Martin Corret on your screen here, guys, when he hears this 5th number. And there's the replay of Ben Skinner. This needs to be an 8.87. Seen it given. What a huge frontside gouge that was to end. So the question has been asked by Ben Skinner there as well. Martin Corret, he's making his way towards. It may well be Skinner. The requirement will actually go up a little bit for Skinner when this score for Corret comes in, because 4 judges have all said yes so far. And there they are together, Dantas and Corret. Skinner will still have a score that is part of the story. We just need one more judge. It is going to be the score. Corret is going to go up into the lead, and then we'll need one more score for the surfer in blue, Ben Skinner. Rob will announce it to Martin Correa in a moment and then watch the reaction.
So last of blue locked in. Last of blue, a 6.8. Red's score comes in. An 8.17. So Correa takes the win. Red with the win. Red first, green second, blue third, white fourth.
And look what it means to him.
And there's the chair. Official results. Correa with the heat win. Green in second, blue in third, and white in fourth. What a final. And we stand by to count down into the QS 2000 women's final in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And just like that, we are underway with the QS 2000 women's final. The penultimate heat of this year's Boardmasters Open, and straight into the action. It's Annette Gonzalez Etchbarry on her backhand, hooking into the look, not managing to get back down the face after that. More action to come though. This time it's Yolanda Hopkins of Portugal, bottom turning, slamming the lip, riding out cleanly and ejecting. So a quick start from red, a quick start from white. White getting the better of that exchange, having ridden out of that powerful front side turn.
What a start for the two-time Olympian and three-time event champion Yolanda Hopkins.
And more to come because blue's on her feet now. Janire Gonzalez Echebarri on her forehand, slams the lip right into it there. Loads of spray, hooks back into the white water. More work to be done on the inside. Little check turn to generate some speed. Into the lip she goes again, wrapping back, pumping down the line. Will she find an end section? Yes, she will. 4 turns completed with speed, style, and power. 23 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. 3 scores to come. First of red, 1.0. First of red, 1.0. So now, runner-up last year, Noah Clapp in the green, sits out the back with priority as on screen we see a replay of Surfer in white. Yolanda Hopkins are now on your screen. Blue, Janire Gonzalez Etchbarry, who, for my money, got the better of the opening exchange. A much longer wave, stringing together some beautiful turns and wraps into the pocket. "22 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Scores start to drift in. First of red, 1.0. If you are just joining us on the beach or online, good afternoon. Welcome to this day 5 of the Boardmasters. It's final day. Finals day, and in the water is the QS 2000 Women's Boardmasters Open Final. First of white, 5.0. First of white, 5.0. First of blue, 7.0. So it's blue first, white second, red third. No score yet from Surfer in green, last year's runner-up, Noah Clapp, representing Germany, but by way of Malibu in Southern California. Not 5 minutes gone, and we've already seen the scores go up to a 7. Great start there for the young Basque surfer. And we have a paddle. So we see Clapp here. The camera follows Clapp of Germany in the green. Into the lip, slams a turn, but not managing to get enough weight over the back of her board there as she free fell from the lip. So she goes down. It'll be a small score to open proceedings for Clapp, a 1.07. First of green, 1.07. So each surfer now with a score on the board. It's blue first. White second. White, you require 2.01. Green third, you require 5.94. Red fourth, you require 6.01. So the Gonzalez Etchbarri sisters of the Basque Country in this heat in blue and red. Janire and Annette. Their family, no doubt, watching this heat, but through from behind their hands maybe, or from behind the sofa, because this is nerve-wracking stuff. 20 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. The serve continues to pump. We've a beach packed to the rafters as our surfers from the previous heat make their way up the beach to the beach marshal. Up and riding in blue, heat leader Janira Gonzalez Echebarri with another great turn off the end section there. Up and riding out the back in red, sister Annette Gonzalez Echebarri, a lovely wrap in the pocket, right back down into the flats and finding a little section to bounce off at the end of that wave. So she's going to improve her situation. Scores to come for last of blue and last of red. We are soon going to join Tom down at the beach marshal's tent, where he'll be having a word with the winner of the men's LQS division, Martin Correa. Meanwhile, on screen now we see last of blue, the replay of Janire Gonzalez Echebarri. She really threw the tail. Just one turn on that wave, but really releasing the tail through that end section. And on the next wave, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri, her sister, with a huge wrap, putting absolutely everything into that turn. Full body torque before finding a little section to bounce off as well. So scores to come for last of blue and last of red. A set approaches the lineup, and we turn now to action from surfer in green, Noah Clapp. She takes a look at that wave, but decides there's not much on offer for her, so she kicks out. Perhaps looking down the line to where it converged with another wave. Up and riding, meanwhile, in white, Yolanda Hopkins. Into the lip she goes, rides out. Further down the line, we follow heat leader Janira Gonzalez Echebarri as she races down the line, finds an end section to tag off, lifting the tail and sending spray flying up into the air there. So Janira Gonzalez Echebarri with a very, very quick start in this heat. Scores to come for blue, for white, and for red. Second of green, just a 0.5. Breathless stuff in the opening 5 minutes of this heat, as all of the heats have been just jam-packed full of action. Incredible surfing on display. This is world-class surfing from an international field. We're going to go downstairs now to hear from Tom, who's standing with the winner of the men's LQS division, Martin Correa. We're live, Tom.
I am here with the newly minted winner of the men's LQS. It is Martin Correa. Martin, félicitations. How are you feeling?
I'm very happy to win the contest. It was very close. I get the score at the last minute. I'm so stoked.
So you get the really big score earlier in the heat, and then you were sitting there needing another score. What was in your mind while you were waiting for that wave to come?
I just wait. I sit on my board and wait the wave. Not my last, but the wave before my last wave. I think I get the score. Finally not. And at 1 minute at the end of the heat, waves come and I make the score.
And at the end, the claim.
Yes. I have to claim it. Yes.
And you got to claim this win as well. Tu viens de la Réunion. So Martin is from Reunion Island. So tu veux dire quelque chose en français pour les Réunionnais?
Merci à tous ceux qui regardent. Je suis passé à grand monde. Je suis trop content. C'est trop cool. Et dédicace à Romain. C'est pour vous, les mecs de la côte, tous les MNS. C'est grâce à lui que j'ai gagné. Et voilà.
So he's dedicating it to you guys. La Réunion est là.
La Réunion est là, ouais.
Great stuff, Tom. Thanks for that. Great to hear from Martin Correa, the winner of the men's LQS division. Not 15 minutes ago. The excitement palpable from Martin. And we turn our attention back to the action in the water now. So we've got a situation to update you with. 16 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. The situation is blue, you are first. Blue, you are first. White, you are second. White, you require a combination of 15.17. Red, you are third. Red, you require 8.24. Green, you are fourth. You require a combination of 15.17, as we see Yolanda Hopkins in the white on screen moments ago. And now it's surfer in red, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri, currently in third, chasing an 8.24. She won't get it with that wave. Scores to come for last of white, last of red. So a replay of Last of White, Yolanda Hopkins, bottom turning hard off the bottom and slamming the oncoming section, riding out cleanly. She's after a combination of 15.17, so she needs to, in order to break the combination, she needs something bigger than a 5.17. I'm rejoined in the booth by Tom, who's slightly short of breath, having just run up the stairs, I think.
No, my VO2 max can handle it.
Just. Your voice says different.
Yeah. Martin, he's delighted. And you can understand why.
Tom, whilst you were down there, I'm not sure if you kept an eye on the action, but it has been very, very exciting. We have got Janire Gonzalez Echebarri in the blue with a combination of 15.17, comprising an 8.17 and a 7.0. Big scores. Deserving of a final. She's got two of our surfers, or she did have two of our surfers in a combination situation, but Last of White, a 5.73. Last of White, 5.73. So Yolanda, you break the combination situation. White, you are second. You need 9.44. White, you are second. You need 9.44. Red, you are third. You need 8.24. Green, you're fourth. You need a combination of 15.17.
Well, what a start. Yeah, you're saying for Janire in this one. So Janire was a finalist at Lacanau, second there, beaten only by Anat Lelior, who's not here at the moment, the Olympian. And here goes Annette up and riding on the forehand, a big tail blow. But this is what happens now. The surfers, they need big scores, and so they end up having to really push it. Now, Janire knocked Annette out in Lacanau in order to get to that final against Anat Lelior. And then, when the two of them went through together yesterday, it was Annette it was her turn. But, of course, when they both advanced together, it's not really quite the same. So if Janire were to hold on here, then she would be holding the bragging rights within that one particular family. And here's a wave of Janire. And what a finish to that as well. The drop wallet turn over the closeout section. As I came back through from speaking to Martin, I saw Sean Gunning deep in the world of whatever music is in those headphones of his. He's using wired headphones, old school, and then he took them off only to get his vest on, and then they were straight back on. I wonder what kind of music he likes. I mean, he's Spanish and part Australian, so it could be anything from In Excess through to flamenco dancing. Maybe a combination of the two. But what a position for Janire. If she were to hold on here, she'd have a first and a second from the first two events. Janire Challenger Series minted, as well as her sister. Now, some interesting statology for the men's. We got two surfers in the men's coming up in 12 minutes' time who have won this event before. That is Lucas and Andy Crier. If either of those two was to win it, so there's a 50-50 chance, or obviously there may be a higher chance given how good those guys are, but we've got a ride. I think that's actually outside of the competition area, a free surfer. So the lineup, they continue to wait. Again, like in the previous heat, the big scores mean that the surfers do now wait. So if either Lucas or Andy were to take it, then that would put them in a club of two-time winners. That club has two other surfers in it. Do you know who they are, Rob?
Is one of them Tom Curran?
Yes, he's won it 3 times actually, and the other one is also a world champion.
Martin Potter.
Yes. So Tom Curran and Martin Potter, the only two surfers to have won the men's more than once. And both of those guys went on to win world titles. Well, they were in the middle of winning them at the time. Actually, it was as world champion. Martin Potter, world champion in 1989, won the event in 1984. Actually, several years before, but then won it again in 1987.
So we've got a little lull in the action. All the scores are in. A reminder of the situation. 10 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Blue, you are first. Blue, you are first. Your lowest score is a 7.0. White, you are second. White, you require 9.44. Red, you are third. You require 8.24. Green, you are fourth. You need a combination of 15.17.
If things were to stay as they were, by the way, of course, this would be the first time that Janire has won this contest. Yolanda, however, has won it 3 times. And the only reason she didn't win it last year was because she was at the Olympics. So Yolanda would have been able to lay claim to a 4-peat, and she could still well do that. This is the second event of the calendar, and the winner at Lacanau was Sam Peter. So this is going to be the second event of the season won by a second surfer. And here, an up and riding is Annette. What can she do to ruin her sister's hopes and dreams? A big blowtail. She's got to go for something with 8 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. But what a season Janire's have in there, as things stand. Yolanda, of course, and Annette have both broken combination. So Annette, even though she's in third, actually requires slightly less than Yolanda to get to first, because Annette already has a bigger single score of a 6.93, Yolanda's high score of 5.73. So Annette's higher score 1.2 higher than Yolanda's high score. Therefore, Annette would require 1.2 less.
There is the biggest set of the heat so far, approaching the lineup now with 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. It's the surfer in green in fourth, Noah Clapp, who has priority, and she uses it here, up into the lip. Can she hold on?
If she had.
Wow.
It was worth a go, wasn't
Some turn that, and look at the sets stacking up behind.
Really solid.
On the inside, surfer in white, Hopkins currently in second, up and riding, wrapping back into the pocket. She needs a 9.44 into the lip for a closeout entry, rides out cleanly. Even if she doesn't get the 9.44, she could reduce the requirement by bettering a 5.73.
I think there's a reasonable chance of that. And then here we see on the backhand, and that's Janire looking to try and improve her situation, so she needs to get more than a 7. I mean, the surfing was there, wasn't it? But was the wave?
So we're seeing, I think, from Hopkins, an effort to build house, as it were, to try and change the situation through 2 ways rather than the one.
Yolanda will clear from her mind what anyone else is doing, and we'll just look to try and reach that 15.17 heat total. And so Yolanda will be seeing this as, you know, the first half or the first 2/5 of 15.17. That second turn is pretty solid. She didn't have priority there. And then here goes Janire, whack off the top. It was just the one turn. Noah Clapp, last year's runner-up, was beaten in the final by Tia Zabrowski, now on the Challenger as well. European girls are going very well on the Challenger this year. Yolanda is sitting in second. There's also Nadia Erastarbe and Teresa Bonvalot right up there. And Janire, her best Challenger result this year a 17th in Bolito. Not dissimilar waves, actually, to that event. Yolanda with an in and out. She's got 4th priority. 5.5 minutes remaining. She's got to do something. Last of green, a 1.03. The last of white, 4.3, and then a 0.5. And last of blue, a 3.23. So the situation remains: first blue, second white, third red, and 4th green. White, you require a 9.44 for the win, or to move to first. Red, you require an 8.24. Green, you require a combination of 15.17. Janire's heat total is 15.17. White, your scores are 5 and 5.73. Red, your scores are 6.93 and 1.0. Here goes Yolanda. And she's got some speed here. She's going to need to do something big and spray up into the heavens. Coming down to the inside. And that gets the tail up and out. And rides out of that one. A huge backhand smash for Noah Clapp behind. And then Annette also rode a wave. So there's plenty for the judges to go to work on there. Annette looking for the 8.24. I think you saw it, did you, Rob?
That's right. My eyes were on surfer in green Noah Clapp as she absolutely clattered an oncoming section on her backhand. I'm hoping we'll be able to see a replay of it because it was a big turn and she rode out really nicely. Another large set approaching the lineup at North Fistral. It is absolutely pumping, and here we have action from surfer in blue. Heat leader Janire Gonzalez-Echbarri going down on the takeoff there. So the surfers will make their way back into the lineup, looking to reset. And talking of people making their way into a lineup, there are a lot of people making their way down to the shore, and I'm guessing it's in anticipation of hometown hero Lucas Skinner, who will be coming up in the QS 2000 men's final next.
Yeah.
So lots of home support. They might not be surfers, but they are there to support their boy.
And let's not forget the opposition that he's going to have to go through if he wants to make it 2 times. A former event winner as well, and an Olympian, Andy Crier, who I think has been one of the standout surfers all the way through the event. Francisco Ordonas. So that was Noah Clapp's backhand turn. Yeah, that was very good. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. So Clapp looking for 5.17 or more to break combo. We mentioned Francisco Ordonas, and then there's Sean Gunning, who we've just been talking about. And this, a big result for Gunning as well. And here goes a surfer in red, Annette. She goes into the lip and smacks one. So there'll now be 2 scores to come for the surfer in red. We're waiting then for the previous right-hander for Annette Gonzalez-Echbarri, and then a left-hander, a 1-turn left-hander. 8.24 the requirement if there isn't going to be an improvement on a 6.93. Still, Janire out in front. We're coming into the last 2 minutes of this heat. Big crowd at the low tide mark. And there is a steady stream of spectators making their way towards low tide, and a majority of them, yes, a home partisan crowd looking to cheer on Lucas Skinner, who is trying to see if he can go back to back. Now, Annette is going to take it very close with this last score. Stand by for the last of red. Needs to be an 8.24. One judge yes, one judge no. This is going to end up split over a couple of hundredths of a point. 1 minute remaining. Stand by for the last of red. Yolanda Hopkins, meanwhile, with 2 turns on the backhand. Going to need a big finish again here. It looks like it's going to be There's going to be hundreds of a point in it for Annette. It's 2 judges yes and 2 judges no. 8.24 the requirement. Stand by, 45 seconds. Blue may require a wave. Last of red, 8.33. Red is into first. Blue, you require a 7.1. White, a 9.53. Green, you are back in combination. Lead change, 25 seconds remaining. Red is in first. Blue, you require a 7.1. And so, Janire has got 15 seconds in which to try and turn that round. So Annette goes up into the lead. There's 10 seconds left here. And here she goes. This is Annette. So she's up and riding. I'm not sure where in the lineup Janire is. I think she's on the one behind, so it's going to finish with the 2 sisters going back to back here. Janire into the lip and out and over the foam again. So Janire was looking there for a 7.1. Oh, who'd be a judge? Annette goes into the lead with seconds to spare in that heat. The sisters leapfrogging each other.
And guess what, Tom?
Guess-
Another heat
what
of buzzer beaters.
Buzzer beaters. The buzzers have had an absolute pasting in this contest, haven't they? They've been beaten into submission. So that needs to be a 7.1. Now, I don't think that Annette tops the 6.93 with the wave that she rode in. Look at the congratulations from the Basque surfers. Noah Clapp making her way ahead, getting out the way. You can see that. So the sisters are going to sit together and find out, or stand together and find out the final result here. Yolanda coming in, like Vince Moaloka in North Shore, gets the wave. Incredible wave for Yolanda. Now they've put Annette up on their shoulders here. So there is one more score to come for the surfer in blue, but Annette is on shoulders. I think Janire has lifted her. So Janire has decided that she didn't get the 7.1 there. We, up here in WSL Towers, cannot call it for sure until we see that official ribbon along the bottom of the screen. But the scores are coming in. Last of white does not change the situation. So we stand by for the last of blue. Last of green cannot change the situation. And now there is Janire going to help with the chair. Oh no, where is it? We have an interference from the last wave, green on blue. That's going to change nothing. Congratulations. One more score to come for surfer in blue. Needs to be a 7.1. And here are the sisters. Look out for that ribbon at the bottom of the screen. There is one more score to come. So that was what the delay was around the interference. So we have an interference green on blue. That does not change blue or red situation. The interference is green on blue. Last of blue needs to be a 7.1. Last of blue, 5.87. The winner is the surfer in red, Annette Gonzalez Estaburi. So what a heat. Janire leads the entire heat. And Annette gets her back for Lacanau. We're going to start the next heat. Men's final coming right up. We're going to count the men's final in.
In this heat in red, Krier. In blue, Ordanas. In white, Skinner. And in green, Gunning.
And there you see the final results, the official ribbon along the bottom, confirming that Annette has won, Janire second, Yolanda third, and Noah fourth. So Annette gets Janire back for Lacanau. That's 2 seconds in a row, though, for Janire. She will be in a very healthy position in the rankings. Sister 1-2.
We count down to this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What an end to that heat. I seem to say this at the end of every heat. The QS 2000 Women's Champion of 2025 here at the Boardmasters Open is Annette Gonzalez Echavarri, pipping her sister Janire to the post in the final moments of that heat. Riveting stuff. And now we turn our attention to this. The Boardmasters Open Men's QS 2000 final. In the red, Andy Crier. In blue, Francisco Ordanas. In the white, Lucas Skinner. And in the green, Sean Gunning. The crowds are amassed at the water's edge as we see a ride from surfer in red, Andy Crier, up and riding. Into the lip he goes. Wrapping back for a second time now. Racing down the line. What can this wave offer him further down? Third turn. Racing now. Bangs off the end section, lifting the tail, sending spray flying to the heavens. Great start from the Spanish surfer, Crier, an Olympian at the Paris 2024 Olympics, surfing in Chopu in Tahiti. Replay on screen now for those of you at home. So much body talk through that opening maneuver. Crier on a tear. Tom has called him early on in the contest as one of the surfers to watch, and he has proven Tom correct as he made his way to the final, posting some of the biggest scores of the event. The crowds are amassed on the shore, and they are in there to see this man, Lucas Skinner, in the white, up to the lip, throws his tail, big spray off the first turn, bottom turning, throwing huge spray off his second turn, releasing the tail there, wrapping back into the white water now. And again, will this wave offer him anything more on the inside? He thinks so. He's sticking with it. Few small wraps on the inside before kicking out. So 2 huge turns to open his account. That wave not offering much on the inside. Space for a few smaller turns. So scores start to drift in for last of red, last of white. Replay on screen of Skinner. This first turn, tail clean out of the back of the wave. Big spray. And again on his second turn, lifting the tail there. All his weight on his front foot as he dragged it round before a few smaller wraps on the inside. So all the work on that wave done on the outside. We replay again of first of red for those of you at home. The judges probably using these replays, I suspect, to compare and contrast. Meanwhile, that leaves our surfers in blue and green, Ordanas and Gunning out the back, waiting. We heard some shouts from the athletes area and from the beach bar when Skinner took to the wave. Scores are in for first of green. Scores are in for first of white. First of white, 8.67. First of white, 8.67. Scores still to come for first of red. It's going to be somewhere in the mid-5s. It is. First of red, 5.5. First of red, 5.5. White, you are first. Red, you are second. So, green and blue, Gunning and Ordanas yet to open their account in this heat, but there is a set approaching the lineup, and they will have first dibs over red and white for these waves. Red with third priority, white with fourth priority. 20 minutes and 55 seconds remain. A brilliant crowd at the low tide mark to watch this, the final heat of the day, as we see a paddle, and it's going to be surfer in the blue, Ordanas of Portugal, up and riding, slamming off that end section, getting really busy on the early part of that wave as well, wrapping off the cascading lip. So a shorter wave, but really well surfed for the young Portuguese surfer. Ordanas looking for an 8.68. Meanwhile, further down the beach, it's Skinner in white up again. Into the lip he goes. A little tap there to get started. Wrapping back into the white water. Now he races down the line. And he takes to the air. Tail high. Air reverse. Rides out for Skinner there. So a smaller wave for Skinner. I don't think it's going to go as high as his first, but what an exclamation mark on the end of that wave That air reverse. We know he's got it in his locker. And he completes it with style there. Replay on screen of surfer in blue, Ordanas into the lip. Great first turn there. Little tag of that first section before really going to town on the end section. And then a replay of Skinner. Smaller first turn. Little wrap into the pocket. And then Skinner gets busy on the inside, spying that section to take to the air and reversing before riding out. So, scores to come for white and blue. We're going to go downstairs now where Tom waits with the winner of the last heat, the champion of this year's QS 2000 women's event, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri, and her sister, who finished in second, Janire.
Happy to help you guys hold that Basque flag up. Here it is, guys.
Tom, you are live.
Okay. Well, what a performance, guys. I mean, let's start. Well, I don't know. We'll wait a minute. We'll start with you, Janire. So you've had a great year, you know, second in Lacanau where you beat Annette. And then here, another second. You've got to be happy.
Yeah, I'm really happy. I'm really happy that we made first and second. I mean, that's the only thing we wanted, like first and second, and we made it. So, yeah, super happy.
Okay. And what a great start to the heat. I mean, you've been surfing brilliantly the whole week.
Thank you. Yeah, I was lucky. Like, I get the first one and then the second one, and then, like, there was, like, 17 minutes left, and I have 15 points. So I was like, oh, I think I'm fine. But then my sister, as always, she's never easy.
She's never easy. So, Annette, on the beach, by 9/100ths of a point, you are the champion. So, first of all, what were you feeling when you rode the wave at the end?
I don't know. I was like needing like an 8, and then I said, okay, so I'm gonna try to do second. And I saw that wave. I went, and yeah, it was good wave. And yeah, I just did my surf, and that's it.
And then you wait for the score, and in it comes.
Yeah, I was waiting, and I didn't know because I didn't saw her wave, so I didn't know if it was better or not. And yeah, they gave me for not too much. It was like 0.10 more. But yeah, they gave it me.
And well, absolutely congratulations. A massive result. You've had a really big couple of weeks with the big US Open result as well. So you're in a bit of form. Where next?
So tomorrow I'm going to Lake Epic, so with EDP. So I'm not going to stop this year, but super happy for all the opportunities and to compete everywhere and travel like all the world around. So yeah.
And how about you, Janire? Where next?
No, next home I will have to like chill, and yeah, I will be good at home without my sister. I will be the queen, and yeah, I'm super happy.
Okay, and I leave you guys with the Basque flag, which you're flying. Back to you, Rob. Thanks, guys. That was a really great.
Thank you very much, Tom, and congratulations to the Gonzalez Echebarri sisters representing the Basque Country. Great interview there. Great to hear from the sisters. Clear to see the support they have for each other as we see Skinner up and riding. Not managing to ride out of that. On the other end, we saw surfer in red, Andy Crier, getting busy. So some action underway whilst Tom was interviewing the Gonzalez Echebarri sisters on the beach there. We will try our best to bring you the replays of everything that you may have missed whilst that was happening. We have scores coming in. So, scores to come for all 4 surfers. When they come in, we'll update you on the situation. 16 minutes remaining in this one. So, second of white, 7.5. Second of white, 7.5. Third of white still to come. It's going to be a small score. It will be inconsequential to white. First of white, 8.67. Second of white, 7.5. First of blue, 4.33. Second of blue, 2.5. First of red, 5.5. Scores to come for all of the surfers. 15 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. As it stands, all 3 surfers are in combination situation. However, we are about to see scores drop in for first of green. So here on screen, a replay of some of the action you may have missed whilst we were away. Gunning in green on your screens now. Pumping down the line, taking to the air. Tail high, air reverse. So scores start to drift in. Up and riding. Now it's Skinner in the white, pumping down the line. He spies something further ahead of him, but he won't get there. That white water just a bit too much for Skinner. He pulls through the back, and he'll head out to reset. 14.5 minutes remaining. Scores to come in. Okay, here we go. First of green, 6.5. First of green, 6.5. Viewers at home can watch on screen now. Ordanas in the blue, racing down the line, taking to the air, double grab.
Wow.
Straight air and lands with
double
forward
grab.
momentum. For that, he got a 6.07. Third of blue, 6.07. Third of blue, 6.07. Still waiting on one wave of red. It'll have to be bigger.
I think this is it, isn't it?
Oh, here is last of red.
What
That
a
incredible layback turn into the oncoming whitewater section. So Krier currently in combination situation, looking for 16.17. The judges contemplating that last of red, watching the replay back. As it stands, 13 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. White, Lucas Skinner, you are first. White, you are first. Blue, you are second. Blue, you require a combination of 16.17 to go first. Green, you are third. Green, you are third. You require 9.67, so only gunning at the moment clear of that combination situation as we see live action of Krier, surfer in red, racing down the line, takes to the air, huge tail high reverse, but doesn't manage to get the completion. So we're going to see a good score for second of red. It's going to break him out of combination situation, I think.
It will, yeah. Yeah, there's one more judge to come. Just.
So second of red, 6.97. Second of red, 6.97. Change in situation. 12 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. As we see a replay of, I think, last of white.
Yeah, that's Lucas
Little
again.
reverse there, but I don't think it's going to drop into his top two. So 12 minutes, 40. White, you are first. White, you are first. Red, you are second. Red, you require 9.2. Blue, you are third. You require a combination of 16.17. Green, you are fourth. Green, you require a 9.67. So red and green both clear of that combination situation on account of their higher scoring waves. Blue needing to get busy. 12 minutes, 15 seconds remain. I'm rejoined in the booth by Tom, who's back from interviewing the Gonzalez Echevarri sisters. Tom, they looked thrilled to be there.
They were. Janire was almost as stoked as Annette. They said all they cared about was that they had the 1-2, and Mum was just off to the side as well. So they've had a lovely week in Newquay. Slightly different paths from here, as you heard. Annette, Sumbawa, and Janire off to go and be the number one in the house. And here goes Lucas on the backhand, throws the tail, blow tail, and sticks that. And look at the body language coming out. Behind, this is Sean Gunning. No, this is Ordonas off the lip, and then whack underneath the tail and 12 o'clock underneath the board, underneath the lip. Ordonas needing a 6.17 or more to break combo. I think he'd be close to that. And let's have a look at this from Lucas then. So that's by his standards a setup, isn't it? And then that blow tail. I mean, that is the section where 99.99999% of the world surfing population, here's Ordonas, 12 o'clock, find that you've got a bottom turn uphill. So that's the section where lots of surfers can't find the lip. Here goes Gunning into the air and a massive full rotation. And look at how he feels about that one.
What an aerial. That was huge.
Now you've got to think about the scores that have already been given
so
for full
Gunning
rotations.
requires a 9.67, near perfect 9.67.
Well, what is the going rate for a full rote in these parts? We're about to find out. 10 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
You see a replay on screen pumping down the line,
it's
just
the
eyeing the
whole way
section
round.
from the off.
Whole way round. Oh, well, Joe, no, he leaves about 30 degrees, but, you know, the surfboard's already round. Look at this, in the air, all the way, already rotating. No loss of speed whatsoever.
That was a big aerial.
That's a candidate for the aerial of the contest. I mean, we had Thiago Carrique in, I think it was the round of 24 with the 9.73, didn't we? And that was backside, probably more inverted, wasn't it, that one? You could see how much Gunning believed in the wave. So both Gunning and Skinner will now be paddling around. Anytime they stand up on their feet now, their surfboards are going to have afterburners under them, powered by confidence. And meanwhile, Andy Crier is up and riding. I mean, we looked at that last wave of Lucas Skinner. Last of white, a 5.83. Situation for white remains the same. Last of blue, a 5.33. So that was for the vertical inside closeout re-entry that Ordonas did. I really liked, I think it was Ordonas earlier in this heat, wasn't it? The double rail grab air as well. That would have made, well, that'll make the edit later for sure. Last of green, 8.53. Last of green, 8.53. Green, you are now second. You require a 7.65. I think it was at around about this time of the heat last year with Patrick Langton Dark where we found ourselves saying that it's not all over yet. And the beach went rather quiet. I mean, this time there's not as much pressure because Skinner's already done it once. But that home crowd down there, mostly a home crowd, are now, they might need to back their man towards another score. 7 minutes and 45. And there is Andy Crier, and that is a wave that would have got through any other heat of this event. Surfers here are throwing away scores that but 1 round ago would have been keepers. So we have white, you have a 16.17 heat total. Green, you have 15.03. Green, you have an 8.53 and a 6.5. Green, you require 7.65 to take the lead. Red, you require a 9.2. So here goes Crier. And I mean, that is as well as that wave could possibly be surfed from Andy Crier. Last of red, a 5.3. So that was it. You saw it on the screen just then. Red, you still require a 9.2. Blue, you require a 16.17 combination. White, your low score is a 7.5. White, you have priority, then blue, then green, then red. 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. I think they've got a little bit more chance of hearing us this year with the wind a lot lower. So Andy Crier getting a 5.3 for that last wave. That was a very, very well surfed 5.3. But clearly wave selection also now important. Now the waves don't necessarily need to be the biggest or the most tapered because we've seen 8.53 awarded to one single front side rotation by Sean Gunning. He is an exciting surfer to watch, isn't he, Rob? As, of course, is Lucas.
Absolutely. I mean, we have seen so much world-class surfing throughout the duration of this event, and I think we have the right final based on what we've seen.
And yeah, and the fact that you're saying that, I mean, some of the surfers that these guys have gotten through to come here, you know, people like Sam Peter, Iago Dominguez, Keone Lassa, Ruben Vittoria.
So we saw a quick in and out there I think that was surfer in blue, Francisco Ordanas.
Ordanas, yeah. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining. Look at that crowd, Robbo. It's about
I know.
6 or 7 deep.
Well, I'm going to have to wade through that in a minute to try and get an interview with Lucas. I'm just pondering.
Oh, well,
logistics
you
of
know,
that.
or Sean. It's not over yet.
Or Sean, or Crier, or Ordanas.
Well, yeah,
As it
exactly. There's an
stands.
Olympian and former event winner in the water. Now, we were saying if Andy or Lucas win this event, then they would join a... They would then be only 3 men to have won this event twice, and they would be Tom Curran, Martin Potter, and either Andy or Lucas. It'd be the first win for Ordonas or Gunning. And here goes Gunning. So he's going to go, well, he puts all his eggs in the basket of aerials there. And at the top end of the area, I think Andy Crier is riding a wave, and here he goes. And this, again, is a fantastic bit of surfing by Andy. So
out beyond him, Lucas Skinner, huge first turn, racing down the line, takes to the air, rides out of that, and the double fist bump.
He believes.
Claim. He likes it. The crowd like it. There is a lot of noise on the beach.
Needs to replace 7.5. I mean, really, the only way to be safe from Sean Gunning is to combo him, isn't it?
Absolutely. We know Gunning's got it in his locker. He's after a smaller score than the one he's got in order to move into first. And he's got priority, Tom.
And there is a left-hander with a big blue wall on it coming through the competition area, but Sean Gunning is just a tiny bit too far to the north to get on it.
Replay on screen now of Last of Crier. Beautifully surfed where he really threw everything into each and every one of those turns. Somehow made it onto that wave in front for a finishing maneuver as well. Brilliant surfing from the Spaniard in red.
There goes Lucas. So does this go above 7.5? He's asked the question, hasn't he?
So there was a turn to complement the air. I don't think the air was as big as Gunning's, but there was a similar rotation. So it'd be really interesting to see how the judges compare the two.
Another set coming. This one's pretty full, going across the whole of the sandbar, and it is
We see Gunning on the right. Takes. Oh, we thought he was going to take to the air.
He goes
off the
out.
back. And Ordanas on the left at the other end.
He joins
with
the club.
A big air again on the end section. Now,
When-
Ordanas, currently in combination situation, he'll race back into the lineup because that wave may well have broken combination.
It feels like we're working in an air traffic control tower here, Rob, right now. 2 minutes remaining. We seem as well to be having plenty of very comfortable landings for these guys. Look at this one here, Ordanas.
Racing down the line, up into the lip, and then Ordanas, you are clear to land.
And those smooth landings are key to the big points. It's when you know there's almost no downtime in the whitewater after that air. 90 seconds. 90 seconds. Green, you need a 7.65. Red, you need a 9.2. White, your last score, a 7.77. Your situation improves. Green, you now need 7.92. Red, you need 9.47. Blue, we are waiting your last score. And here is White again on the backhand, Skinner, looking to see if he can top 7.77. Goes to turns. And then behind him paddling and up and riding, it is Sean Gunning, and this will be Sean Gunning's attempt to get the maneuver, and he loses his footing in midair, and so that air doesn't clear the flats. So Sean Gunning goes down. So with 30 seconds remaining, it looks as though it'll be down to Crier and Ordanas. Last of Blue, 7 points. You break combo. Blue, you need 9.44. 20 seconds remaining. So, Red with priority. And then Blue. Will there be a ride for Red or Blue? Counting down. in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And this is Andy Crier. And he is looking for a 9.47 on this. You can see the body language on Crier there, suggesting that he might be feeling skeptical about whether he's done it. Scores to come for green and red. They will not change the situation. Scores are in, and Lucas Skinner has done the double-double, juniors and QS, 2 years in a row. Final results confirmed. First, white for Cornwall, Lucas Skinner. And Sean Gunning coming in with a huge frontside rotation there. Second in green, Sean Gunning. And a big hand for Francisco Ordonez and Andy Crier as well. 2 times in a row. Something magical is happening here in Newquay. This is the stuff of Arthurian legend. The St. Piran's Cross and Lucas Skinner will be raised high above a huge low tide crowd. They thought they enjoyed it last year. This year has been something else. Pushed all the way by Sean Gunning there. So you can see there in front of you the low tide crowd. Not in the days of Tom Curran and Martin Potter, a club which Lucas Skinner now joins as a 2-time winner of this event. Has there been a crowd like that on the low tide shoreline? I'm sure Rob will be looking to remind Lucas of that fact. Tom Curran, Martin Potter, Lucas Skinner. Repeat winners of the men's event at Boardmasters. People are running to the water's edge to get a bit of the action. Lucas embracing. It's going to cost you your jeans, your belt, and your mobile phone to go into the water to Lucas right there, but people don't care. They're going right up to their waist. Hopefully they're in board shorts. We can't see, I can't see who that is, but he looks like he can't believe it. And there is Lucas's board. It will be lifted aloft, and in a moment, Lucas will also be lifted aloft. I think they're still in the water. This time yesterday, a crowd like this in the water would have given the lifeguards sleepless nights. But right now, they're all there in celebration. I can see there's an intense celebration going on in the middle of that crowd there. There is the board. The Piran Cross is in there somewhere. Lucas will shortly be lifted into the air. And he'll be chaired up the beach. This could take a few minutes to get him up here. There he is, Lucas Skinner, 2 times winner of the men's QS here. This time it's a 2,000. Twice as many points as last year. And there is the Piran Cross. Twice winner. If we think about the year that Lucas has had, he caught one of the best waves seen at Backdoor Pipe in the entire winter. A wave that was being played in comparison to the 10-point ride of Jack Robinson on the biggest day of the Pipe Masters in free surfing. I'm sure any of you who are big surfing fans will have watched the clip of Kakao Bacalso sitting in the house at Pipe, looking out to sea and screaming Lucas's name at the top of his lungs as Lucas dropped into that bomb at Backdoor Pipe. And then disaster struck when Lucas broke his fibula. Surgery followed and rehab that took in an extensive process of physio, diet, hard work, mind over matter and matter over mind. And then, not very long ago at all, not more than about 4 or 5 weeks ago, Lucas was finally back surfing and actually practicing the best of his surfing. Lucas's first wave after the injury was just cruising along, just feeling out that leg, which has got a huge scar down it from the surgery that he had done. Not guaranteed at the time of injury that he would be fit in time for this event. And now, not only has he ended up fit in time for the event, but he has won it for the second time in as many years. And there he is, chaired in. I think right now, this, alongside the Great Wall of China, is the only other man-made thing visible from space. The crowd carrying Lucas Skinner up the beach. It could be seen on Google Earth, this crowd. Look at that. And so there we can see. I'm trying to see if I can spot who the chair is. I think it's Russ Winter on the left. It's Russ. It's Dean Winters in there. And I'm pretty sure I saw Russ Winter in there just then as well. I think they're taking turns. I think Coach Bo Bromman's in there as well. Dad Ben is just off to the side. We've got some news coming up shortly about presentation and prize giving, which I should imagine will generate a little bit of noise when it happens. And you've got to love the little Grom Club that goes around with Lucas on your picture there, just to the bottom left. These kids have been following him all week. They support his every move. I think I can see our Nuki board riders are also got their name emblazoned upon that Piran cross. I can see a sister there as well. He's getting closer. We can hear the noise. Biblical. And the noise on the wet sand will shortly meet the noise on the beach. Here in front of you guys, British surfing history was made last year. This year, it's being taken to another level altogether. Fistral Beach. Welcome to the dry sand. Chaired up the beach. This is our tradition. It is the two-time winner of the men's Boardmasters, Lucas Skinner. Even the RNLI fired off a couple of honks of the horn of their car there. They're still obviously concentrating keenly on the shoreline, although most of the people they need to worry about in the shoreline have come over to watch this. Up the beach, as is the tradition. Presentation will be on the decking. Family and friends only, but if you can stay on the sand about where Lucas is right now, there will be some throwaways of prizes to the crowd. So if you can stay down there, and there's a close-up of Lucas. And we're going to get some words very shortly. I'm sure Rob is out there somewhere. with his WSL microphone. Congratulations there. He'll need a few moments to get it together to realize the extent of what he's just done. The joy is unbearable there. Mum in the background. Intense moments. What a colossal achievement.
Yes, Lucas.
Now it's time to celebrate.
Buddy.
And Lucas will now have a few words with Rob Blythe. Once we can get the camera pointing in the right direction. We're moments out before we go to the prize giving. There, the size of the crowd. Over to you, Rob.
Never in doubt, mate. Thanks so much, Tom. I'm joined by the double Boardmasters champion 2 years in a row, Lucas Skinner. Lucas, you're so emotional, and with I'm not expecting many words from you, but how does it feel?
I can't believe it.
Hey, I'm going to let you enjoy this moment. The whole beach, the whole of Cornwall, the whole of the UK supporting you in that final. Thoroughly well deserved. Back from injury, Lucas Skinner. I'm going to try and grab a word with Ben as well. Ben, bit more with it for this one. Ben, you must be so proud of Lucas right now. 2 years, two event victories. What does it mean to you?
Oh, it's insane, honestly. Like 3 months ago, he was on his back in hospital having surgery, and today he came back and won. And I just can't tell you how proud we are of him.
Rising like a phoenix from the ashes, Lucas Skinner.
And what a set of circumstances in which to do it. Pushed all the way to the end. Let's not forget the heroics of Sean Gunning. I'm sure there'll be congratulations from his fellow competitors. Finally, he reaches the serenity of the athlete area. Friends and peers. I think that's Finn Gillespie. Another moment. So we're going to do a little bit of crowd control before we can get our prize giving underway. So we need it to keep it as friends and family only onto the main deck. Now the rest of you guys use the dry sand, pretty much where a lot of you are stood. You can see there lots and lots of the public here in Bristol Beach want to congratulate their man. There'll be a prize given shortly. As soon as we get the exact time, we'll let you know what that's going to be. So Skinner doing that with an 8.67 and a 7.77. A heat total of 16.44. So if you are going to win an event, that is the way to do it. He threw away a 7.5. And Sean Gunning with an 8.53. And there is Sean Gunning congratulating Lucas. Let's hear it for Sean Gunning as well, guys. Pushed him to the end. And the crowd appreciating that. Better opposition makes for better surfing, and Sean Gunning contributed to that. And you can also see Andy Creer. Let's also hear it for Andy, everyone. That's an Olympic surfer congratulating Lucas there. And we're delighted to have these guys here in Newquay. So, as soon as we know the time, and Francisco Ordonez, guys. So if you could stay on the dry sand, please. Presentation will take place shortly.
So warm, Jesus.
Rob, you're back.
It's absolute bedlam, Tom. It's carnage down there. There's a line of people about 100 yards long waiting to hug Lucas.
Yeah.
There's a lot of tears. There's a lot of emotion. You couldn't see, when I interviewed Ben, you couldn't see it. I'm not sure if the camera picked it up.
Yeah, we could see it.
There are tears dropping out the bottom of his sunglasses.
Oh, it's incredible. Okay, so we're going to move down to the stage.
Can I just leaning over the back of balancer? Can I just go behind you, mate? Yeah, cool.
Warm, lovely, sunny Sunday afternoon. And there we see that's Lucas's grandfather, Steve Skinner, in the picture there. Lucas is having a drink. Get some hydration back in, because that was it would have taken a lot of energy to do all that surfing in the way that he did it. Rob is now making his way down to the stage. And then you'll be able to see the presentation from down there. Sean Gunning finishing second, so he'll take a huge jump in the ratings with that, as will Lucas. Ordonez finishing third in the end, and Creer fourth. Ordonez's heat total 13.07. Perfect low tide bowls as well. So stand by, we'll bring you a presentation in just a few moments. Rob will take over on the beach stage, and we'll hand to him once he gets there. He's got to get through a thick crowd of well-wishers.
They're gonna. Usually we put a thing up here to. The barrier needs to come further back a little bit. Yeah.
Packed beach and athlete area. Meanwhile, the waves are pumping. You can see there the famous Boardmasters sign along the front of the wooden stage that gets set up here for this week. Steve England at the back of the crowd there, editor of Carve Surf magazine and Lucas's uncle. And Sam Bleakley as well, in your picture, who is going to be helping Ben to lift Lucas's board up, where it's been safely looked after by the beach crowd. These guys all delighted to be celebrating spectacular achievement.
Hello. Okay, we're live on the stage, ready for presentation.
Okay, so Rob's taken over.
We're here, Tom.
Presentation shortly.
Presentation will be taking place in 10 minutes' time. We're going to try and encourage as many people as we can to come and fill this space on the stand in front of the stage. And to encourage that, I've got some goodies to give away, including some rash vests from the finalists. In addition to that, we've got some caps, we've got lots of goodies from Rinse, which is one of the companies you can find in the tented village over here. Help you clean your wetsuits. Loads of other goodies. I think we'll start with some Subway socks. Oh, you'll never make the cricket team with catching like that. We're going to try and fill the space in front of here. Everybody come on in if you can. Now I've got some bits with metal on, so I'm not really allowed to throw them, but it seems safer than launch them into the crowd. Good grab in there. Good grab on the ground there. I think they're the Subway socks. You might have got them from the Subway stand already. You're all going to want to be in this area because very soon all of our finalists are going to be making their way to the stage. Not least your QS 2000 men's winner for 2025, Lucas Skinner. Oh, boys, let's not fight over them. There's loads of stuff still to come. Some more goodies from Rinsed. A massive thank you to Rinsed. They've been there all weekend in the tented village.
What you got there, Rob?
Oh, we got some goodies to give away, Tom.
Oh, what's this?
That's a Santa Cruz hat.
Santa Cruz hat. Here it comes. Oh, it's coming back on itself. Oh, it's like the NBA down there.
Some rinse goodies. There's lots of good catching going on. I'm trying to direct it, but it's
a free
getting grabbed
wetsuit
each
wash.
and every time.
Oh.
Now, Tom, these might be a little bit more coveted because we've got some rash vests. We've got rash vests from the finalists to give out.
Have we?
They have been worn in competition today.
Okay.
I might save mine for a
Sean
while.
Gunnings. Francisco's.
We've got a red.
And there it is. That's Andy's. There's a tug of war there.
I can't remember who was in white. Good snag there from the gentleman in the bucket hat.
Boardmasters lanyards here. Handle with care. I think it's the last two here, is it? Is that going out?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I fear a stampede.
He's giving. There it goes. Wow.
Nah, that wasn't actually Lucas's, but it has been worn in
It's a
competition
tug of
today.
war. Oh.
Now that's all of the goodies for now.
I think it's the lady in black. I think it's the lady in black who got that. Oh no,
Yeah.
the kids are fighting over it.
We can't be fighting over that, guys.
I think it was the girl in the black, in my opinion. Who's got it? Gromit. Here we go. Lanyard. Oh. Taken from a little kid. Behind you, mate. Come up after, we'll get you one.
Well, our instruction, Tom, was to whip the crowd up. I consider them whipped, I reckon.
Yes, very much so. I think we've got a few words. I think I heard a rumor the mayor of Newquay was here somewhere.
There is some odd. Oh, here he is. Yes.
We're
Here
joined
he is.
by the
Now,
Mayor of Newquay. Here's your crowd.
What's the correct title now? Because we are a mayoralty, aren't we?
Yes, we are. Well, in terms of the town. So, yes. Hi, everyone. How you doing? All right? How we doing, Fistro? Absolute pleasure here. Thank you for coming. And while I've got the microphone, before we congratulate the winners and all the competitors this afternoon, for the locals, but mostly for the visitors, this is absolutely the most beautiful part of Newquay, isn't it? I think you'll agree. Let's make sure we keep it that way. Look after the beaches, look after the seas, and enjoy yourselves, Newquay.
Thank you. And what do we call you then? What's the official title?
Just call me Drew. It's fine.
Oh, apparently he's called Drew. There we go. Oh, well, thanks for that, Drew. We're going to get through our thank yous.
Well, I'll get going with the thank yous. There are so many thank yous, as you can imagine, with a competition that spans 5 days in association with an enormous festival. There are an enormous amount of thank yous to make. But I think I'll kick it off with the surfers, because without the surfers, we wouldn't have this event. We have seen, Tom, some of the best surfing I've ever seen at the Boardmasters. The standard has been as high as ever. It's something we've said over and over and over. The standard of surfing in this event is world class. We've been joined from surfers not only from across Britain, but Europe and the world beyond that. So a huge round of applause, please, for all of our surfers in this event.
96 men, 48 women, and 48 juniors. A number which is eclipsed by the number of supporters who've come down to watch. So give yourselves a big round as well, supporters. Can we also say a big thank you to the coverage by Surf Girl magazine, by T. I hope you guys have been watching that on Instagram. T Surf Fit, Surf Girl and Carve, the collaboration there. And a massive shout out to Carve Surfing Magazine in particular. In this day and age, a British surfing magazine that is still in print and available in the newsagents. Enjoy it, support it, appreciate it. A big thanks to Carve Surfing Magazine as well. And Steve England.
This event would not be possible without the support of the RNLI, who we are proud to work alongside. We've used their building throughout the week. They've worked tirelessly, keeping everybody safe, keeping everybody sound, and keeping the contest area clear on the jet ski. So again, a massive thank you to the RNLI, who don't just help us this week, but support us all the way through the year.
And the event logistics team, and it's not an easy job pulling all of this stuff together. They put all this stuff up. They're dying to take it down, so we better hurry up. And that is the Quick Panda team. So a big hand to those guys.
Our next thank yous go to True Crew, who are responsible for the sound. Now, some of you may think that's a bad thing if you've been listening to Tom and I throughout the week. However, we wouldn't be able to give the surfers all of the updates, all of the information, and you wouldn't be able to hear all of the information yourselves. So, massive thanks to the sound team that have worked tirelessly across a couple of different sites here.
Mr. B, who's been making our daily edits, and his team, Jason as well. Big thank you to those guys. Look out for those edits on the BM Surf Instagram. And look out for Mr. B's movie that is up and coming soon about the history of the UK Pro Tour. So a big thanks to Mr. B.
I know we've already spoken to Mayor Drew already. The Mayor's going to be helping us give out the awards in a moment, but this event simply would not run without the people behind the event, and that's the WSL, the World Surf League, aptly and ably supported by the team behind the whole event, led by Harriet and Paulie, under a massive team. So a huge round of applause, please, for all of those guys.
And a big thank you as well to the World Surf League team, to Rob Gunning and his guys. We like having the World Surf League in Newquay, don't we, guys?
And with that, Tom, I think it's time to begin the presentations. Now, this is what everybody's been waiting for. The deck is packed, the balcony's full as well, and I think it's time to begin. We're going to start with the junior presentations, Tom.
Okay, so if we can get the juniors to the podium, please. So
we're going to go with the junior girls first of all.
We're going to start with the junior girls.
So that's Callie Crookshank, Sunny Ingram, Josie Hawke, Willow Smith.
Steve. You're the guys who've done it.
Just to pass the. Oh, perfect. Drew, do you want to come on through? Because I'm going to call each one out. A hotly contested division this year. Tom explained on the mic earlier that the junior divisions were by a semi-invite only. You had to apply because there's only space for 24 surfers in each of the divisions. So to get here in the first place was a remarkable achievement. But then to make it through to the final and put on such a show in such fantastic conditions was superb. It was a brilliant final. And we're going to award, first of all, 4th place to Callie Cruikshanks. A big round of applause for Callie, please.
Well done, Callie.
In 3rd place, Sunny Ingram.
Well done, Sunny. Fantastic, well done.
In 2nd place, from Wales, Josie Hawke.
Up you go, Josie, well done.
And your 2025 Boardmasters Under 18 Girls Champion, Willow Smith.
Now, I can confirm that Willow is being presented with a bottle of Bucks Fizz.
So this is your chance, photographers. Get your pictures.
This is a new shirt. Hey, there we go! Willow!
Every year. Yeah, it's so sticky. Oh, dear. Massive round of applause, please, for our Under 18 Girls finalists.
Well done.
Word with the winner, Tom. Word with the winner. Sorry? Word with the winner.
Yes. Let's have a quick word with the winner. Willow, you're covered in Bucks Fizz. You deserve that.
Hi.
So you're here on the podium. Biggest result of your career so far?
Yeah.
How were you feeling sitting there in the heat? You knew that you were out in front for a while. When that good one came to you at the end, though, it looked like you were riding through with a bit of speed coming to that end section. Did you think it was in the bag by then?
I can't really remember that wave.
All right, one last question. You off to the festival tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Willow Smith, everyone.
Well done, girls. Well served. Well done, girls. Really well served. Tom, do the boys.
Okay, so we are going to introduce now the next event, the junior boys. We're going to crown those guys. So if our athletes can come and get themselves ready to make their way to the podium. In 4th place, Jay Phipps. Well done, Jay. In 3rd place, Heath Gillespie. And I've got to say, a breakout result here. It was an absolute pleasure to watch. And ripping in the final here as well. Reen Bowden Anue in 2nd. Well done, Reen. And the winner. So at this point, he's 3/4 of the way to the double-double when he does this one. Winning the juniors, it's Lucas Skinner. Okay, we need to get ourselves out of the way of the schlur. Here it comes. I think at his age, it has to be Bucks Fizz next time round too, doesn't it? Here it is. Have you shaken it first? Don't forget. Here we go!
Now, Lucas, that the spraying of the Bucks Fizz was done quite professionally there. I dare say you've done that before.
Yeah, last year felt pretty good, and this year feels 10 times better. So yeah, thanks.
Now, Lucas, we don't want to use your voice up because you're going to be back up here
Yeah, you need an extra swig of it to
very
clear your throat there,
shortly. Lucas, what does it mean to you to win the under-18 junior boys division of the Boardmasters for a second time on the bounce?
Yeah, it means the world. I mean, surfing against 3 of my mates and kind of an all-time fish drill. It had a nice onshore breeze, and yeah, I just had so much fun, so stoked, and I'm pretty speechless still, but just thanks everyone that come out, and yeah, I'm over the moon.
A huge round of applause to our under-18 boys finalists, please. And now into the LQS, the longboarding. We're going to call up the women's finalists first of all. Can I invite to the stage, please? Canal Le Breton, Justine Dupont, Alice Lemoine, and Ginger Kaimi. Again, I'm sure everybody that saw the women's LQS final will agree that it was a spectacle. It was exciting to the very, very last. I think we waited on the beach for about five minutes or so afterwards to find out the end result. Such were the quantity and quality of the waves that were caught in the dying moments of that heat. But it was worth the wait. What a show they put on. And I'm going to invite to the stage, first of all, in fourth, Canal Le Breton. In third, a legend of French and indeed world surfing, Justine Dupont. Former event champion, she's done it twice. In second, Alice Lemoine. And the first of many titles in this neck of the woods, I dare say. In first of Italy, Ginger Kaimi. Now again, this is definitely Bucks Fizz for Ginger. Just checking. Yep, we're good.
You've got to give it a shake first, Ginger, but I think you look like you know what you're doing. And here it comes. Here it goes, here it goes, it's coming. Get Justine to do it for you. Oh, it's the best thing I've ever seen. Here we go. Oh, well, the big wave rider's finding it hard to do as well. She surfs 100-foot Nazar, eh? But the champagne cork is... Oh, it's coming, it's coming. You hold it there, Justine. And here it comes, here it comes. You hold it, Justine, and I'll try. Let's have a look. There we go. Yes. A quick word, if you don't mind. Do you need to clean your throat with it first, Ginger? Or you're all good to go? Okay, so a big result, Ginger. How have you enjoyed your time in Newquay?
It's a super beautiful place. I love this place. The people, it's so good with me. And the waves today was very fun. And I love Newquay.
Well done, Ginger. And good luck with the rest of the World Longboard Tour. Where next?
The next is Bells Beach. And I'm super excited to go there and do my best.
Well done, Ginger. All the best. What a result. Oh, let's let them have their photos. Let's hear it for the ladies QS, LQS. Oh, we've got further cork malfunction there. What happened there? One of them decided to go off on its own. Okay, we will. Let's get the men's LQS guys in place then, please. So if Edouard, Ben, Antonio and Martin could come to the area. Okay, so first of all, one of this event's greatest ever surfers, multiple event winner. This time it's 4th place, but give a big hand for Edouard Del Pero. Well done, Edouard. And in 3rd place, another longboard legend and hero of this event, it is Ben Skinner. And this was an incredibly tight finish, buzzer beaters all around, and in 2nd place it was Antonio Dantas. Well done, Antonio. But with those 2 high scores, getting the score right in clutch situation at the end there, our winner, it is from La Réunion, Lella, c'est Martin Corré. So, here he goes. Oh, get out the way of that one! Look at that! Well, there we go. Well, hey, well done. So, Martin, très bien. First of all, big congratulations. You enjoy coming to Newquay?
Yes, when the sun is out, it's very good.
Et aussi, quelques mots pour les gens en Réunion.
Merci à tous. Et merci Edouard et Alice de m'avoir motivé à venir. Et puis voilà, bravo Edouard, Ben et Antonio. Et voilà, see you next year.
See you next year. There you are, guys. Your QS, your LQS athletes. Well done, guys. What a final that was. So we go into the Women's QS 2000. And again, perfect surf. Fantastic surfers. Fantastic surfing. So last year's runner-up from Germany, this time 4th place, but finaling 2 years on the bounce. Challenger Series surfer, it's Noah Clapp. And in 3rd, she loves this place. It's a 2-time Olympian and 3 times winner of this event. 2nd on the Challenger Series at the moment. We wish her all the best for the rest of that campaign. One of our favorite surfers of this event, it is Yolanda Hopkins. What a battle between the sisters. So Janire was in the lead the whole time, and then at the very end, I mean, incredible. But
It finishes this way. They're both delighted. In second place, your runner-up, Janire Gonzalez Estavari from the Basque Country. Well done, Janire. And having just gone up 24 places on the Challenger Series rankings, and now she'll be making a similar jump on the European QS ratings as well. Consummate performance, and taking it in the dying seconds, your winner from the Basque Country, it is Annette Gonzalez Estavari. Okay, Yolo's gonna dunk her. Very smoothly done. Get some pictures. And then we'll grab a quick word. So Annette, in the last few seconds, well done. You've got the Basque flag with you. How does it feel to fly the Basque flag at the top of the podium?
So, hello guys. There's so much people. Okay, so yeah, I love coming here. I love this place. It remembers me at home. It's like almost the same, I think. I don't know. The people, it's really nice. Everyone is super kind, and yeah, I love being here. And yeah, congrats, Lucas. He won. He really well deserved it. He was injured, so yeah. And yeah, congrats to my sister. That was a really good fight. And I hope to see you next year because I love coming here. And now it's time to go to the festival, so I want to see you all there.
And on behalf of all the crowd here, we hope that you can take the confidence and the experience from this event forwards, because we've got to wish these guys all the best for the Challenger Series and the rest of the year. Come on, guys, do it for Europe.
Wow, brilliant stuff, amazing. Some of the best surfers in the world on stage here at the Boardmasters. And now it's time to welcome to the stage the finalists from the Men's QS 2000 event here at the Boardmasters Open 2025. It drew up there with a record-breaking crowd to the low tide mark at Fistral. An amazing performance all around. It came down to the final. Some of the best surfing across the entire event was done by these four surfers. In fourth of Spain, Andy Crier. Some of the most clutch surfing of the event, including a massive double grab air in the final. In third of Portugal, Francisco Ordanas. Now this man was responsible for some of the most exciting moments in the entire event. Buzzer beaters, we've heard that word a few times over the course of the weekend, and this man certainly beat the buzzer on more than one occasion. In second, Sean Gunning. And now I'm expecting a little bit of noise for the next announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for two-time Boardmasters champion, local hero, Lucas Skinner.
Bit for grandfather by there.
Well, now, Lucas, I tried to grab a word with you when you were on your way up the stairs. Probably not the best time. It was quite emotional. You've had a little bit of time to collect your thoughts, gather your thoughts. How do you feel? Is there anything you'd like to say to all of your adoring public out there?
Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever been that speechless before in my entire life. But I'd just like to say massive thanks to everyone here, everyone on the beach. It was the biggest crowd I've ever seen, I've ever surfed with, and it really fired me up. I've lost my voice. I've felt emotions I've never felt before, and yeah, to be two-time champ at home, I literally could not explain how happy I am. So, yeah, just thanks to everyone. Thanks to Dad, Mum, Skin Dog Surfboard. You boys are fucking legends. You make the best boards in the world. And, yeah, let's go to the top. Let's go to the Challenger. We're on. I'm back. My leg's back. And, yeah, let's fucking do it.
Lucas, I got a follow-up question. You just said you never felt emotion like this. Well, back in the winter at Pipeline, you got an absolute bomb at backdoor, and you seem pretty happy with that. Now, this might be a bit too tough a question for right now, but which is better, backdoor bomb or Boardmasters second time round?
Boardmasters second time
Yeah!
round. Yeah, I mean, the bite wave was the best feeling I've ever felt then, and the wave was crazy, but I mean, to be here at home, my family, my friends, everyone that's come down, I was in tears the whole way up the beach. I've never done that before. And yeah, I just can't believe it. It's like, I'm literally speechless. So yeah, I'll be back next year to try to defend again.
Thank you. Lucas, I'm going to ask you to stay there because we're going to get all the winners from across the 4 divisions up. So thanks, Sean. Well done, buddy.
I'm sure the Pike bomb helped bring him here. So what a year. So the guys will get a photo. That's that then, is it? Is that everything? So guys, if you can do what Laurent over there is asking you to do, see Laurent with the, follow Laurent's instructions. And there we have it. Okay, so I think we're gonna take a few photos. For the rest of you, we just got to thank you for coming. Are we sending them off?
Lucas is staying.
No, but I mean, guys, thank you so much for coming. Thanks for your support. Enjoy the rest of your festival weekend, and we'll see you again in 2026.